Lucky's Naughty Angel. A Second Chance Romance Audiobook. Dreams Fulfilled Series Book 2. By Michelle Love and Scarlett King. Chapter 1. Ben.
I sat at the head of the boardroom table, disgusted as I glanced around the room. I couldn't believe what had happened to my own company in such a short amount of time. What was the matter with the people I employed? How could such a disaster go unnoticed until it practically blew up in our faces, and in the news of all places? It was enough to make me blow my top, and I did just that. Shut up, all of you. I'm sick of listening to this blathering mess. Why don't you tell me who's responsible for this disaster? All heads turned to me in alarm. They were terrified of me, and they had every reason to be. I may be a young billionaire, but I ran a tight ship, and I wasn't about to have anyone employed by me running around creating scandals at my company. I got to the top for a reason. I was damn smart. There was silence all around the room. I looked at each and every one of my advisors and saw their fear reflected back to me. A bunch of cowards, that's all they were. My company's reputation was being dragged through the mud, and they had nothing to say about the matter. I'm waiting. They all stared at me in awe. They knew darn well that I wasn't the kind of boss that anyone messed with, and I knew they were all wondering if they would be fired that day. I might have to just let them all go and start with a fresh team the next day. I was that fed up with them. I needed the best people on my team, and they had fallen short lately. I wasn't sure how I was going to handle the situation, but I had to figure out a way to get my company out of the mess it was in before it was destroyed forever. The company had recently been charged with criminal and, my gosh, federal charges for dumping industrial waste into the Arctic Ocean. The Arctic Ocean. Just thinking about that mess brought a rage in me that was barely contained. What was worse was that I had no idea these practices were going on behind my back. That was some moron's solution to getting rid of company waste, to pollute an ocean instead. It sickened me just thinking about it. I had to admit I was angrier at myself than at anyone else. I wasn't sure how something so massive could possibly get past me. How had I not known what was going on behind the scenes? Maybe I had been playing a little too much in life, and not spending enough time getting dirty at my own company. That had to be it, right? I just wasn't paying attention, and now the company, my company, was paying the price. I looked around the room again, trying to summon up some clarity on the whole situation. Could that be found? Imagine my surprise, ladies and gentlemen, when I returned from a lovely vacation, only to find out from my lawyers that I have a meeting with the prosecutor's office. When I get there, I find out that the company I have built from the ground up, my life's work, is being charged with a crime that is unfathomable to me. The company is supposed to be humanitarian, you buffoons, and yet we are filling the ocean with garbage? That's what I heard. I was yelling now, and I could tell that my message would be heard in my employees' nightmares for weeks. My face was beet red, and yet I didn't care. I couldn't believe what had happened, all while I was on vacation, enjoying champagne and women. It was too terrible to even consider. I needed a moment to compose myself before I lost my mind completely. I needed a moment to assess their worth and see if they were even worthy of continuing their employment with me. I need to know who did this. I pray to God it's not one of my right-hand men or women here. I would hate to think it was my very own front-runners who thought this was appropriate behavior for the company. I have one hell of a mess to clean up here. I expect you to submit reports on the hour about how you all think we should make this situation right. I want further suggestions on where the waste should go from this day forward, since we now know that the ocean isn't quite the place to dump it. My voice dripped with sarcasm as I glared at my team. Now get out of my sight! They hurried off, and out of the office as quickly as they could. I watched my team filter out of the room, hoping that my point had been made. The only other man left in the room with me was my right-hand man, Kyle, the CEO. I stared at him a moment, and he stared back, meeting my gaze unwaveringly. He had to have known something like this was going on. How could he not? But then again, I owned the whole thing, and yet I didn't know. But wasn't it his job to know the ins and outs of the company while I was away playing? That was what he was hired for, after all, though I didn't think he would ever betray me in that way. Kyle, please tell me you had nothing to do with this. Tell me you didn't know it was happening. Kyle was one tough son of a gun. I had only known him to be loyal in the many years he'd worked for me. It was hard to fathom he would do something so unbelievably stupid and immoral. Ben, I'm shocked that you even have to ask me such a thing. We've been a team for quite some time. I assure you that I had nothing to do with this. I'm as shocked as you are about the whole thing. It's surely a minion that pulled something like that, and I promise you we'll find out who did it. That person will be punished. I've always appreciated your loyalty, Kyle. You've been a great asset to me, as well as the company for some time. But how is it that the CEO, the guy who is supposed to have my back when I'm away, how is it that you don't know something so substantial was being done? It's madness to me that industrial waste could be dumped into the ocean, and no one in the higher division has an explanation for it. Ben, it wasn't me. There are other people in charge of saving the company money, and this was obviously a decision that someone else made in order to do so. I looked at him, baffled. Was he serious? Oh yeah, of course, Kyle. What a smart idea. Of course no one would know that the company was breaking the law. Have I hired all morons? How would we not have been caught doing something like that? We would have been better to bury it in the ground. At least then, it would have been harder to discover. No, instead, we have to throw the crap in the ocean and kill every living thing. They have the damn vessel numbers, Kyle. It's obvious it was us, so how did we not know? I put my head in my hands, unable to understand what was going on with the people around me. Look, Ben, I don't know any more about it than you do right now. But the prosecutor's office will be conducting an investigation into the matter, so we will know soon enough who was behind the whole thing. Are you kidding me right now? I shouted. I'm being charged, Kyle. Do you not understand this? Do you know why? Because they think that I knew the whole time, that it was my own orders. Kyle sighed. Yes, I am aware. But I know you had nothing to do with the whole thing, and neither did I. They are going to discover that. You weren't even in the country, for God's sake. You will prove yourself in court, and this will all go away. They can't pin something on you when you're an innocent man. Right, but how convenient is it that I was out of town when all this was going on? It's as if my alibi was planned. I got up from the table and went to the window, staring out at the grand view that the boardroom held. Not quite as great as my office view, but stunning nonetheless. I needed a drink. I walked to the side table where a decanter stood and poured a brandy for both me and Kyle. I returned to the table and handed Kyle the drink. I sat down beside him and sipped at the brandy, letting the heat burn down my throat, almost cleansing it. Kyle, I built this damn company because I believed in something. I had a dream, and this company represented that dream above anything else. Now that dream has been dragged through the mud. Our reputation is smeared and ruined completely. I don't know how we are going to turn it around. Here I am off doing charity work and fundraisers, and someone is throwing poison into the very oceans I am trying to save. It's a bloody joke. Ben, it's your obligation to do these works. By doing all the good that you do, you raise the money needed to make a difference. You are not expected to be around here, that's my job, and I'm sorry that something like this happened on my watch. It will be handled, I promise, and I assure you that something like this will never happen again. I sure hope not, because I don't think we would survive another public outcry like this one. People want my head on a chopping block. It will be over soon, I promise. What if it isn't? They can't hang an innocent man, Ben. We just need to do damage control. I held up my glass and clinked it against Kyle's. We both took another sip. I was lost in my own dark thoughts. How would you suggest we clean up this mess? What damage control do you have in mind? I could tell that Kyle was deep in thought, and I wondered if that was a good thing or a bad thing. I would do anything I could to save the reputation of this company, but I wondered what he was willing to go through in order to do the same. Kyle was now glancing out the window, and I knew I wasn't going to like what he was about to say. Kyle took another sip of the brandy, and I followed suit. When Kyle turned to me, he only said one word, Africa. Confused, I chuckled. Am I supposed to know what that means? Well, I've already done some research on what kind of damage control we would need at this point to salvage the reputation of not only the company, but yourself as well. We need major PR points to get through this mess. Right now, Africa is in desperate need of people to come in and build schools and hospitals. I found a great organization that's about to start building in Malawi that could use some help. They need as many workers and supplies as possible. This is where you need to be right now, Ben, helping others and showing the world that you are the same man you were before this mess. Going to Africa is going to do that? It's going to fix the problem? Most definitely. No one can argue the importance of all the work you have done over the years, and they won't be able to say it's an act if they see you with hammer and nails out doing it yourself. You're a billionaire. The last place they expect you to be is in Africa. We're going to send a ton of money to the job site, give them all the supplies they need, and then you will fly there and work your butt off. This will really send a message to the world as to what kind of company we are. Not to mention, it will show off your strength of character in the midst of a disaster. I mulled over what Kyle said in my head. It made sense. The last thing I had expected upon my return from vacation was to head off to Africa to work, but it was important that people not forget that I was a humanitarian at heart. I had no idea how that waste got dumped in my name, but I would never be part of such a thing. The amount of money that would have to be spent to salvage the ocean would far outweigh any profit made by the dump. Not to mention the coral and all the sea life destroyed. The thought of it all almost brought me to my knees. Going to Africa was the least that I could do to make amends for what my company did, even if I had been unaware of it all. Besides allowing me to get my hands dirty, it would also do my own soul some good. It had been a while since I had done anything quite like that, and it would help relieve the stress of what was going on. It was probably best I stay away from the company for a short while, otherwise I might strangle someone. I looked to Kyle and nodded. Okay, I'm in. How do we go about doing this? You leave Monday. Leave the rest up to me.
Chapter 2. Ben.
Packing for the trip took longer than I expected. I wasn't sure what I needed to bring or how much time I would be away. I did humanitarian efforts all the time, but I had never gone to a site and built a school. I had no idea how long something like that would take. I wasn't sure how much I should pack, and I suddenly wished that I had left the job up to my assistant. I wondered what Africa was going to be like in general. Hot for sure. The people who would be involved in the building would have no idea about the scandal, and that was a good thing. I hoped to forget about it myself. The last thing I wanted was to be questioned about the whole thing. It was embarrassing enough. It would be my first time traveling to Africa, and I had to admit I was a little excited about it. Though I had just taken a vacation, this would be something different, something from the soul. It was about time. I usually did fundraisers, but it was well past time that I got my hands dirty. None of my recent fundraisers had had anything to do with Africa, so it would be refreshing to have something new to focus on. I considered the heat I would have to deal with there, and decided only to pack light fabrics and nothing that would cling to me if I started to sweat. I smiled as I added a few more shirts to my suitcase. I was excited to work with my hands. Usually, people just wanted me to throw money at them, and although I was more than happy to do so, this little task would make me feel like a man. A masculine job that entailed putting a structure together. It didn't get much handier than that. It amazed me that people spent their lives doing projects like that, traveling around, building hospitals for people in need. It was truly selfless. Yet, there were other people who were busy poisoning oceans. I sighed deeply. I really needed to stop thinking about the scandal, or I would surely go crazy. There was nothing I could do about it presently. I had to leave it up to Kyle and the rest of my team to clean things up at the office while I was in Africa. It would be good for me to be out with people, working together as a collective to get a job done. It wasn't just about money for me. I liked to do things that mattered. Although I had planned on getting back to work at the company after my vacation, this was what needed to be done to save the reputation of a company that was my life's work. The project would be labor-intensive, but I wasn't soft. I knew what it meant to work hard for something, and I was up for the challenge, any challenge. It was a good time to get away from the politics of the company, because something had seriously gone wrong. It would be best if I had a clear head when I returned. That way I could be more effective in righting the wrongs that were done. At this point, all I wanted to do was roar all around the office until I got some answers, and that wasn't going to do anyone any good. By going to Africa, I would be able to avoid the media as well, and the only thing they would be able to report about me was all the good I was doing on the trip. It would be really hard for them to say anything bad about me when I was trying to help people out. I could only hope that my community would be able to forgive me for the horrible error my company had made. However, that would not happen until I was able to clear my name. I stretched out my legs aboard my private jet. There would be some people who would disagree with the fact that I was flying on a private jet to an impoverished country while drinking champagne, but I usually never worried about what people thought, criminal accusations aside, of course. While I was embarking on this trip as a form of damage control and public redemption, I was also giving up a lot of my luxuries to go on this latest adventure, so I was going to enjoy them while I could. Plus, I had worked damn hard to get to where I was in life. I certainly wasn't going to apologize for it now. Although I was going to an impoverished country, I didn't want to head over there without some of my favorite things. Some of my most favorite luxuries had been sent over so that I could indulge and also give something out to the people I met. There were cigars, chocolate, and my favorite whiskey. I couldn't imagine being gone for long periods of time without these things. I couldn't bear the thought. Some would call me spoiled, but what was the point in being a billionaire if you couldn't make life easier on yourself? I was actually looking forward to sharing my loot with everyone else there. I wasn't sure how long the other workers had been there, but they could probably use some treats at that point, something to keep them going strong. I hoped to be there only for a few weeks. I would be getting antsy by then to get back to the company and see what was going on, and whether I could be of further help there. The last thing I wanted was to be back on the sidelines, having no idea what was happening with my own company. I had made that mistake once before, and I didn't intend to make it again. I just hoped Kyle had a handle on things while I was gone. If anything else went wrong in my absence, heads were going to roll. I could promise that much. Sitting in my seat, I sipped on the champagne and thought about the life I led and how far I had come in life. I was blessed enough to be able to come and go as I pleased, to pick up at any time, and go wherever I wanted on any sort of whim. There were no attachments in my life, no wife or children, nothing to tie me down. I often reflected on these things and wondered if I was really better off without those things. I was about to turn 37, and I was still living the bachelor's life. Was that a good thing? I couldn't quite be sure. For a very long time, I had always been happy to just focus on work. Sure, there were women in my life, but none that I fancied enough to stick around forever. They were merely a means of entertainment for me. I often liked to take women on vacation with me, as the companionship was enjoyable, but again there was no real desire to see the women again once the vacation was over. It was just for fun, and for a long time that had been okay with me. In fact, rarely had I given much thought to it until recently. Things had been eating away at me for the past few months, and I wasn't sure why. My last vacation was superb, but I always got this inkling that something was missing. But was that a wife and kids? I really didn't know. I chuckled to myself. Hell, I didn't even have a girlfriend, and I was wondering if a wife would complement my life. My life was certainly in a sad state of affairs these days, and I only had myself to blame. I should never have allowed anyone else at the company to have the kind of power to issue a dumping order. I couldn't think about it without feeling sick to my stomach. Now I was thinking about whether or not I should have a wife. Maybe this was the midlife crisis I kept hearing about. Men went through it more than women did, and I was certainly creeping in on that age. Maybe it wasn't just about having a wife. Maybe I just hadn't met the right woman yet. When she came into my life, maybe things would become clear again for me. I took women out all the time, often to galas and benefits or a night on the town. I had even on occasion been lucky enough to cook them breakfast in the morning, but I rarely saw the same woman twice. They just didn't interest me that much. It was probably my fault. I had been unattached for so long that I wasn't sure I would know what it was like to spend long periods of time with a woman. Some women would consider me to be a player, but I didn't see it that way at all. I wasn't deliberately out to hurt anyone, and I certainly wasn't opposed to seeing a girl more than once. But she had to spike my interest, keep me intrigued, or at least be passionate about something more important than a new pair of shoes. The kind of lady I would marry one day, if I ever did marry, would have to be able to keep me on my toes. I needed mental and physical stimulation, and I would offer the same to the woman of my choosing. I wasn't a selfish man. I didn't want a trophy wife. I wanted a woman that could stand on her own while still standing by my side when I needed her. But did such a woman exist? I wasn't sure if she did. I certainly had yet to find her. Maybe I needed to spend less time on work and more on my personal life. Money was not an issue for me. I had enough to last many generations. My company was my empire, and it offered me a very lavish lifestyle, one that would take care of me for my entire life. I would never need to work a day in my life again if I didn't want to. Of course, I would never just hand over the reins of my company, especially not after the crap show that happened that week. If anything, it appeared as if I needed a tighter grip on the reins. My presence at the company was more about having something to keep me busy. Plus, I rather enjoyed being in front of the media. There was a time when I was the epitome of philanthropy and public service. That was, of course, before the media got wind that my company had been polluting the ocean. I rubbed my temples in frustration, unable to even understand how things had gone so wrong. Maybe I should be drinking something stronger than champagne. All I could think about was strangling the idiot that made that monumental decision. If you were going to do something so stupid and thankless, why use vessels with ID numbers attached to them? How stupid could these people be? Of course, it all led back to the company, and now we were in the midst of a national scandal, one that I wasn't sure we would survive. Kyle seemed to think we would be all right, but the damage to the ocean was extensive, and there was no guarantee that we hadn't left some permanent mark. Whoever was responsible was no doubt shaking in their boots somewhere, hoping that I would never find out. That was impossible, of course. You couldn't pull off something of that magnitude without needing some help and leaving behind a trail. Someone would come forward if they weren't discovered first. Who knew what was going through this fool's mind? For all I knew, the person might have thought that I would be okay with it. Maybe even applaud him for his genius. There were fake humanitarians all over the world, but I wasn't one of them. I would never be okay with disposing of waste in such a manner. Mr. Donovan, would you like more champagne? Your dinner will be out shortly. I looked up, snapped out of my thoughts. Yes, of course, thank you. Can I have something a little stiffer, though? The girl smiled a smile that revealed a lot more than just her happiness to get me another drink. The look she was giving me said she wanted something a little stiffer too. I appraised her, noticing her natural beauty and responding to it. I certainly could use a release, and wished I could take her to the back cabin and take her right there. But I had a strict rule against sleeping with staff. It was a terrible idea, and always had a way of biting you in the ass, and not in a good way. I didn't need any more scandals in my life, so my staff was always off limits. The last thing I needed was an angry employee out to seek revenge on me. No, that was something I did not need. The press I was getting now alone was killing me. At the end of the day, it just wasn't worth it to sleep with an employee. It's not like I had trouble finding female companionship, so employees were easy to stay away from. Plus, I could never be sure if I was being hit on because someone liked me or because they wanted to be Mrs. Billionaire. If you were gonna get married, then why not aim to marry a billionaire? It would be quite a prize for the right girl, and when it came to my staff, I often wondered if they just saw me as a means of moving up in the world. I hated thinking that way, but in my world it happened all the time. Trophy wives were the thing to have, but no thank you. I had no interest in that at all. The stewardess returned with my drink looking mildly sulky. She had expected me to take her up on her advances, and when I didn't, she took it personally. That was the dangerous part. She would have been trouble had we slept together, and I wronged her. I smiled at her warmly, hoping to ease her wounded ego. The girl was an absolute fox. It was nothing personal, just business. She smiled back at me and hurried off. She wasn't gone long before she returned with my dinner for the evening. The meal looked incredible: grilled salmon and asparagus with small potatoes. I downed the brandy in one gulp, letting it burn my throat on the way down, and then I focused my full attention on the meal before me. The stewardess returned one more time to refill my champagne glass, and then she flitted away. Most of my favorite meals usually included some form of seafood. I couldn't seem to get enough of it. When it came to maintaining my lean physique, I believed in trying to eat as clean as possible with some treats thrown in here and there. It was just as important to my business and successful lifestyle that I kept my body running smoothly as well. That was how you prevented disease from sneaking in, and when you're building a top company, you can't afford to take sick days. The mind and body always had to be in harmony, and it was my job to take care of that to the best of my ability. After I devoured the food before me, I suddenly felt exhausted. The goings-on at the company had been of significant mental strain to me, and I was mentally tapped out. I needed a little siesta, and then I would be back in business. I figured it was best to get a nap in while I was still on the jet. Once I arrived in Malawi, I wasn't sure that there would be time for one. I positioned my seat so that it leaned back all the way into a bed. As I lay back, the stewardess made her way back to me with a pillow and a blanket. It was bizarre watching someone essentially tuck me in for the night, but it was also quite nice. It was the closest I had gotten to true companionship in some time, something that would naturally happen if I'd had a girlfriend. The last thought I had before I closed my eyes was to wonder what it would feel like to have someone in my life that I could take care of, and who I knew would also take care of me. When the plane landed, the first thing that hit me when I stepped out was the heat. I knew it would be hot, but I hadn't quite expected this level of heat. I was really in for it, and I was lucky I had done a thorough job of packing. Malawi was just as beautiful as it was hot. Everywhere I looked, it was as if I were on a whole different planet. There was a natural beauty to the place I just didn't see back home. No skyscraper buildings to block the view of what nature had in store for me. Once we landed, I was ushered through the tiny airport and shuttled to the site at which I would be working. The first thing they did was bring me to the cabin where I would be staying. I wanted to unpack and get settled before things really got crazy for me. When I arrived at the cabin, I was truly in awe of everything. I couldn't have been happier that I had decided to go on this little adventure, and hoped the whole experience would be worthwhile and beneficial for all. The cabin assigned to me had a porch that made me smile immediately. There was something about the thought of working hard all day, and then returning to that cabin to an evening whiskey on the porch that filled me with contentment. I could already picture it. It would be marvelous. The cabin was nowhere near luxurious, but it had everything I needed for my stay there. My first plan of attack was to get unpacked, and then I could take a look around at the site and meet the people in charge. I would get a feel for things that day, and then get started with the team the next day. I was pleased to see that all my packages had already arrived. I wanted my belongings and luxury items on hand at all times. I went through the packages and noticed that Kyle had also sent wine, probably just in case I wasn't dining alone. Kyle always thought ahead, and I liked that about him. If I managed to dine alone, I could always give the bottles away. The thing that brought the biggest smile to my face was the bags and bags of individually wrapped candy that I could pass out to any children that I saw. I knew it would make their faces light up as nothing else would. Once my unpacking was completed, I ventured out onto the porch and took a look around. The heat was therapeutic and made one feel like there was nothing wrong in the world. It wasn't quite the same as lying out on the beach or riding around on my yacht, but the feeling of being in the heat was still very enjoyable. There was a wooden lawn chair on the porch, and I sat down in it. I yawned as I stretched my hands above my head. Yes, there was a lot of good that could be done in a place like this, and I intended on doing what I could while I was there. The forest surrounding my cabin was lush, a green so bright that it almost hurt to look at the trees. I couldn't believe that such places existed in the world. I just didn't see places like that where I was from. New York really was a concrete jungle compared to this place. I felt blessed to be there, and to be in the position where I could help others. I would be able to do a lot of good for the village, and I couldn't wait to get started. There was a hammock attached to one of the trees, and the sight of it pleased me greatly. I could imagine retiring in it at the end of a grueling day of hammering nails in the heat. I smiled as I thought about the last time I was in a hammock. It must have been when I was a young boy, probably behind my grandparents' place. There was a hammock by the pond. I used to go back there and lay for hours in it, letting the breeze float around me. My own parents had died when I was around 10 years old, and I had been raised by an aunt for the most part, often spending time at my grandparents' place. The circumstances of my childhood probably had a lot to do with the fact that I didn't have a lot of attachments to other people. Well, it was time that I got moving and introduced myself to the people running the site. I doubted I would be working that day, but I wasn't too worried about it either way. If they needed me right away, I would do what I could. Excitement boiled up in me as I thought about making my way to the site and seeing how far along the school and hospital were. I got up from the seat and grabbed a bottle of water before I made my way down the stairs. I followed a path through the lush forest toward what I hoped was the building site. I hadn't seen anyone since I had been dropped off at the cabin, but they had left on the path, so I knew I would find someone eventually. I was anxious to talk to the head honcho about what the expectations were for me. All the supplies for the site had been paid for by my company and shipped ahead of time, so I wanted to check to make sure they'd gotten everything they needed. It took a lot of supplies to build those two structures, and money meant very little to me. I had plenty to go around and wouldn't miss it. Thankful for the hat I brought, I could already feel myself building up a sweat as I walked along the path. The sun was beating down even through the trees, and there was not much escape from it. It felt good though, it wasn't overbearing in the least. There was none of the humidity that I was used to during the summer months. The heat was dry, so it never felt as hot as it actually was. In fact, it was downright soothing. The path broke open onto the building site, which was overflowing with people. There was movement and action all around me, and it excited me even more. Everyone was clearly very busy, and a moment was never wasted. The energy in the place was inspiring. There were local villagers around, sitting and watching the volunteers building. It looked as if they were checking out the new people coming and going. The local villagers looked happy, as if they loved the new visitors coming in to change things and hopefully make them better. I stood on the edge of everything, watching as volunteers unpacked and sorted through the supplies I had sent. I was impressed to see they already had the school's frame well underway. It was already starting to look like something. I felt pride for the camp and what they had accomplished in such a short amount of time, and now I would be part of it. I was going to be able to make a difference, and that was all that mattered to me. As far as I was concerned, the media could kiss my ass. There was no way anyone could believe that I was involved in poisoning the ocean. It truly was ludicrous. Mr. Donovan, welcome to the site. We are so happy to have you. I was startled by a voice beside me, and I turned to find a rather pale-looking man. Considering we were in Africa, I was shocked that anyone could remain pale-skinned, but sure enough, the man had the pallor of a vampire. His cheeks, however, were flushed, which gave the indication that maybe he just didn't do that well in the heat and hot temperatures. It was a mystery, however, as to why his skin just didn't tan or at least burn. Instead, it looked like it lacked almost all color. I put on a warm smile and shook the sweaty palm of the man in front of me. "Hello, are you the man in charge? I just got here and thought I would take a look around." "Yes, I am, as a matter of fact. The name is Paul, and it is quite a pleasure to meet you. Everyone is so excited that you have decided to join us in our ventures. We couldn't be more grateful for the supplies you sent us. It was very generous of you. As you can see, we are well on our way to having a school, thanks to you. The pleasure is all mine, and yes, I did notice that. It looks great and I'm glad to have helped. And please call me Ben. There is no need to be formal." "Indeed, you are right about that. I am head of the project here, and if there is anything that you require, please come and see me. We have many projects going, all of which are running smoothly. I've been in Africa for over a year, now running various projects all over the continent through the very company that you contacted in order to join us here. Were you able to get settled in the cabin?" "Yes, it's great, thank you. I'm looking forward to getting involved here. I don't think I'll be able to stay as long as you have, but I'll do my best for as long as I'm here," I said with a chuckle. "Great, that's all good news. Again, we are grateful that you have come to help. There is certainly much to do. I wasn't sure if you needed me to start up today, or if I would begin in the morning. It's been a taxing day of travel. That's totally up to you. Now, what kind of work are you interested in?" I took a look around. Since my arrival to the site, I felt invigorated and decided to get going right away. There was no need to wait until the morning. Besides, I would only be putting a few hours in before the site shut down for the day and people went off to dinner. "I'm at your disposal, and I think I'd like to do some work today after all. I'm okay with getting dirty as well. You don't need to give me any special treatment." Paul laughed. "Good man. That's what I like to hear. How are you with using a hammer?" "Great. Just show me what you need." Just then there was a tugging on my leg, and I looked down to see a little girl with chocolate brown eyes. She was tugging on my pant leg, trying to get my attention. She was very skinny, though she didn't appear to be malnourished in any way. I smiled down at her and said, "Hi there, how are you?" The girl smiled back up at me, and I wasn't sure if she understood me at all. This is one of our most frequent visitors. Plenty of the children from the nearby villages wander over from time to time. Everyone is very excited that the school is being built, for obvious reasons. Do they not have a school? They do, and you will see more children filter through during their breaks, but the school is run down. If there is ever a hard rain, the school floods, and it's not nearly big enough for the number of children in it. They need an upgrade, and this school will mean the ability to learn without worrying about the school falling apart around them. So yes, I believe this little one should be in school, but they get so excited that some venture over whether they are allowed to or not." I chuckled. "That's fine by me. I'm looking forward to visiting the villages and meeting everyone. I'm sure that they would love that. Come with me." I followed Paul over to a group of people that he introduced me to. It was obvious by the looks they were giving me that they all knew that I was the billionaire funding the project. Not that it bothered me. I would win them over eventually. I just needed to have faith in the situation. I was used to that treatment wherever I went, even in the Upper East Side. People treat you differently when you're rich. I was considered one of the elite, and usually everyone wanted a piece of me in more ways than one. But in New York, I was treated with respect automatically. In places like Africa, on a job site, I needed to earn the respect first. It was no big deal though. I was confident that in a few days they would see me as I really was, and warm up to me. I was no snob, and they would see that soon enough. Now that you've met everyone, Ben, how about we put you to work? Sounds good to me. The people were smiling around me, but I knew they were anxious to see if I could actually do hard labor. What they didn't know was that my grandfather used to be a farmer, and I often helped him out on the weekends when I didn't have school. I hadn't always had a privileged life. I had worked hard to get where I am. I followed Paul to where all the tools were being stored. I was handed a hammer and a few boxes of nails. You can start over there and work with that group. They'll show you exactly what to do. I'll check on you in a bit, okay? Great, and thanks a lot. I headed to the group, who showed me how they were framing the school. I got to work immediately, hammering nails into the structure, creating a frame as we went along. There was no doubt about it, the work was truly soul-cleansing, and I knew that going there had been a great idea indeed. The hard work was exactly what I needed to exorcise my demons. I took out all my pent-up aggression on those boards, nailing them in deeper and deeper. I knew I was where I was supposed to be, and when the work was done, I would have a clear head and know exactly what was to be done about my company and the people in it. All the pain and anger from the past week were going into the boards, and I started to feel a weight being lifted off me. By the time Paul came back to retrieve me, we had completely finished the framing of the school, and it looked amazing. I stood up and joined the people staring at the hard work from the day. I was sweating buckets, but I felt alive for the first time in a long time. Great job, everyone. This looks great, I said. There were lots of high fives and slaps on the back to go around for everyone. They were all pretty proud of the performance that day, and I couldn't blame them. It was amazing what you could do when you had people working together as a team to get a job done. That was a perfect example right there. As I looked around, I had a great idea. Why not end off my first day there with a bang, something that would make everyone feel wonderful for all the work that was put in that day? Excuse me, everyone. It would be my honor if you would all join me at my cabin for dinner tonight. Arrangements have been made for a great spread to be there tonight, and I would love it if you would all join me in having a celebration feast for a job well done. You deserve it, and I hope to see you all there. If the food isn't enough to get you there, I also have alcohol. There was collective laughter all around, and the sound of it pleased me greatly. They all started to cheer, which made me laugh. Okay, let's meet at my cabin in an hour. I need to wash off all this sweat. The crowd started to part, and I made my way back toward the pathway when I was stopped by a kid who couldn't have been more than 19. I had been introduced to him before. His name might have been Jeff. Hi, Ben. I was just wondering, since you invited us all to dinner and all. Yes? Well, there is another site, the one where they are putting up the hospital. We all usually get together for dinner at the end of the day. Would it be okay if I invited them as well? Of course. We're all in this together, after all. I say the more, the merrier. The kid smiled brightly. Thanks, man. You are one pretty cool guy. Yeah, thanks, I said with a laugh.
Chapter 3. Ben.
There were plenty of tables set outside the cabin, and most of them were filled with food from the nearest town. Everything was hot and smelled fantastic. No one was late, probably because you could smell the food for miles, and everyone was famished after a hard day's work. I walked around and personally introduced myself to everyone. I wanted them to feel at home with me and not feel like it was a formal affair. As I was making my rounds, my eyes caught sight of a beautiful woman, her skin lightly tanned. She was easily the most beautiful woman I had ever seen, and her beauty appeared to be natural. She had long curly red hair tied up in a messy bun that looked more sensual than if she had it curled for a gala event. Even from a distance, I could tell she had startling green eyes that seemed to draw in people all around her. She had pouty, sensual lips that looked like they were just begging to be kissed. She looked exotic, though I knew her to be an American as well. She was breathtaking, and it took all my effort to not just stand there and stare at her. I couldn't tell her age, not that it really mattered to me. All I was able to focus on was how her smile seemed to light up the whole area. Who was that beautiful creature? She must have been from the hospital site, because I knew I would have remembered her from my own site. I probably would have followed her around all day. She was with a few friends, chatting amiably, and looking around at the feast in amazement. She was tall, and had the build of a professional dancer. I knew I had to try to focus on something else, because I was having a hard time taking my eyes off her. She was a stunner, and yet all she wore was cargo pants and a tank top. Even in her plain clothes, she could knock the socks off any high society girl from New York. She was eyeing up the food with her friends, and I was suddenly more pleased than ever that I had arranged the whole thing. The volunteers probably hadn't eaten that well in a while, and I may not have had the chance to meet the girl had I not arranged such a dinner. Whether or not the groups collided in their work, I didn't know, but this event allowed me to make my own introductions to her. I wasn't about to waste any time getting to know her. I didn't want anyone else swooping in before I had the chance to speak with her. I moved toward her immediately, almost knocking down a few volunteers in the process. "So sorry," I muttered as I made my way through the crowd. The closer I got to her, the more beautiful she became, if that were possible. I slowly approached the group she was in, as they were gathering up food on their plates. I was close enough to touch her, and I could smell her perfume. It was like sandalwood, and the smell made me want to pull her close to me. "Hi there. Would you guys care for something to drink?" She turned to me and smiled, and that was the best gift I could have been given that day. Her eyes sparkled when she smiled, and it took all my willpower not to pull her in for a kiss. Those lips, I wanted to claim them. I had never reacted in such a way around a woman. I was usually very cool about talking to women, but this one made me think only of my bedroom and what I could do to her there. "Hi. Ben, is it? We've heard a lot about you. Thank you for inviting us to this party. Everything looks delicious. I'm Katie, and I work with the AIDS Education Initiative. We help people in the villages all around here." So she wasn't from the other building site. Well, the more the merrier was what I liked to say. I welcomed all the volunteers to come. "Katie, that's a pretty name. I'm glad that you could come, all of you." She blushed, and I liked the way her cheeks reddened. It made her even more beautiful. I'm famished. I was so thrilled to find out we had a place to go where there was already food ready. I don't even know where to begin. "Oh, you are very welcome. Food has also been sent to the villages. They should enjoy the festivities as well." She smiled widely. "Well, that's very sweet of you. I'm sure a hearty meal will do everyone good." She was looking at me with interest, and I wondered if anyone would notice if I snatched her away. I wanted to bring her into the cabin and touch every inch of her. "Oh, it was nothing. I'm happy to do it." We stared at each other for a moment, and I wondered if she was feeling the same way that I was. There was a current of electricity charging through my body, with her being in such close proximity. It was like we were the only two people there. I didn't even care to talk to anyone else but her. She captivated me, and I wanted to put my mouth on her badly. She was staring back at me unwaveringly, and I had to wonder if she was having some dirty thoughts herself. "Well, It was really nice to meet you, Katie. I held out my hand and she took it. I shook her hand for an inappropriately long time. We were still staring at each other when I heard her friends giggling. The spell broken, I dropped her hand. Katie was smiling as I tried to compose myself. "How about that drink?" She nodded, and I proceeded to pour a glass for both her and her friends. I excused myself immediately, not wanting to overstay my welcome. I had no idea what was going through her head, but I knew I needed to clear mine. I went about getting myself a plateful of food and went to find Paul. Paul was sitting at a table with a few others, and I decided to join them. While I sat there eating, I realized I didn't have much to say. Paul was certainly making up for it, as he chatted with everyone, telling all kinds of stories. I was grateful for it, because I didn't feel like I could hold my own in a conversation at that point. The food was fantastic, of course. There were various types of meat, from chicken to ribs to sausages, and a mixture of vegetables and potatoes. There were also various salads and fresh fruit for the taking. It was quite a feast indeed, and everything was fresh. As I ate, however, I had a hard time focusing on anything but my conversation with Katie. We hadn't talked much, it was more about the feeling she gave me when we talked. I kept glancing in her general direction to see what she was doing. She was a bundle of light no matter what she did. She was talking animatedly with her friends, and she seemed like the type of person who really loved life, and that was refreshing to see. I knew I had to have her no matter what. I had never felt such an instant connection to any other woman, and I was determined to make her mine. As the night wore on, I kept my eye on her, and thought of what I could do to win her over. I had caught her eye a few times, and I suspected she had been looking around for me as well. The very thought made me a little hard when I considered that she might want me as badly as I wanted her. All I could think about was undressing her before me. I needed to find out more about her, see if anyone knew her personally. I glanced at Paul, who was sipping on some whiskey. "Hey, how well do you know the volunteers that work with AIDS?" "Oh, very well. I make it a point to know everyone around here. At some point, we end up becoming one big family." "That's good, especially for those that stay on for long periods of time. What's the story with Katie?" Paul chuckled. "Are you interested in the girl? You certainly wouldn't be the first man to try to catch her eye. She's gorgeous, which is why there seems to be so much interest in her, of course. Despite that fact, she hasn't shown any interest in anyone else since she's been here. She keeps to herself a lot. I think she's pretty private about her life." I nodded, taking it all in. "She's not actually a girl, is she?" Paul couldn't help but laugh out loud, drawing attention to our table. Katie glanced my way and our eyes locked. I held her gaze for a beat, feeling aroused all over again. What was with this woman and the power she had over me? No, of course not. Though we do get some volunteers who are young, I think she's around 28 and quite a bright girl. As far as I know, she's taking a break from her life to find herself a bit before going back to the real world. But I guess that's what we're all doing here, isn't it, Ben? I met his gaze, and knew that he had heard all about the scandal going on back home at my company. I wondered who told him, and whether others at the site knew about it as well. I supposed it was bound to happen no matter what, but I had hoped for a little time off from discussing it. I could only hope that Paul and whoever else knew didn't think badly of me. I would at least like the benefit of the doubt in the situation. I had, after all, done nothing wrong. The last thing I wanted was for anyone to believe the rumors about me. It was a horrible situation, and I didn't like the idea that I could come to a place like Africa for a break, only to have it all follow me there. I nodded slowly. Yeah, you're right. That's usually why people find themselves in a place like this. Working off their sins, I suppose, or trying to save the world, yet sometimes I think the two are often connected. True enough, Ben. I can tell you are a good man, though. I appreciate that, Paul. As are you. Paul smiled and picked up his plate as he left the table. People started filtering out for the evening, the sun long gone now, leaving behind the moon for company. It was time for everyone to retire for the night, as work started again at 6 a.m. I knew what I had to do. I wasn't the kind of man that believed in having regrets. I stood up from my table and threw my plate in the garbage. I then made my way over to the table that Katie was in the middle of leaving. "Katie, I wondered if you would like to stick around and have another drink with me." She smiled warmly, and her friends giggled beside her. They left immediately, knowing full well what Katie was going to say. It made me wonder if I had been the topic of conversation at their table for the evening. "That would be wonderful, thank you. You can't keep me out late though. I'm not a morning person and I need my beauty sleep." She laughed as she said it, and I had never heard anything more pleasing. "I doubt that." I motioned for her to head up to the porch, and she did so, finding herself a seat against the railing. I went ahead and poured us both a glass of wine, and handed her one. She took a sip and looked out at the night. The sounds all around us were nothing like what you would hear in the city. It was actually kind of magical. I sat down beside her, ignoring the chair. I didn't want to be that far away from her. "Tell me, Katie, what brought you to Africa? Tell me more about the AIDS volunteer work you are doing." "Well, for the most part, it's education-based. We spend most of our time at the current school teaching the kids. AIDS is a real problem here, and we hope to try to stop it from affecting future generations. We are trying to teach the kids about intimacy and how the disease is spreading out of control. We hope to prevent it from happening. At this point, all we can do is educate them and tell them how to avoid it." I'm surprised that such a young girl is so invested in a project like this. "I'm not that young," she said with a laugh. She stared at me long enough to drive her point home. Every part of my body took the hint. "I just meant that someone as young as you should be out enjoying her youth, going out and having fun with friends and going to parties." "Well, I did do all that, but that stuff gets old. I want my life to have a purpose. I don't want to be club hopping all through my 20s. I nodded, watching her carefully. Paul was right, she had a good head on her shoulders. "So why come here?" She turned to me. "No, you first. We all know you to be quite a wealthy man, Ben. What brings you to Africa, to slum with the rest of us?" I chuckled. "It's hardly slumming it. Something unexpected happened at my company recently that really had me reevaluating a lot of things. Trouble is brewing, I'm afraid, and I needed a break from it all. This is my temporary escape, somewhere that I can do some good while allowing myself to get a clear perspective on things. Plus, it was time that I got my hands dirty for a change instead of constantly writing checks. It's nice to come and meet a situation head-on instead of just throwing money at it. By being here, I can truly see what's going on and where I can help the most." "Yeah, I can understand that. Well, to some degree. I don't think I have any idea what it's like to be in charge of a billion-dollar company. Your lifestyle is very different from mine, I'm sure." "Maybe." I smiled. "Now it's your turn." She looked into her hands, suddenly looking very sad. "I came here because I realized I had an amazing life, and I felt guilty for it. Sounds crazy, I know. All my friends back home thought I was nuts, but I've just been so blessed in life that I wanted to make my life matter more, I guess." "Interesting. Explain it to me." She smiled and took a deep breath, looking quite wistful about what she was going to say. "Oh, there's no terrible past haunting me or anything. People just look at my life and think I should have this whole journey attached to it, and I don't." "What sort of story do they expect you to have?" She laughed. "I guess I'm not really explaining myself very well, am I?" I smiled. "Well, my family is completely normal and all well educated. A lot of people here are running away from something. I'm not. My life is normal and happy. I'm educated as well. I went to university for fashion, and that's what I plan on focusing on when I get back. I already have clients lined up waiting for my designs. Some weren't too happy that I decided to take a hiatus. You sound like you have a promising future, so I'm not sure what you feel guilty about. She giggled. I didn't expect you to be so easy to talk to. I smiled at her, glad that she found comfort in talking to me. I had to admit that I enjoyed talking with her as well. Hold your thought while I pour us some more wine. I left her sitting on the porch while I went to fetch another bottle of wine. I didn't fill the glasses too much this time, as I didn't want her to be hungover in the morning, and it was getting late. I returned to the porch and handed her the glass. I hope you don't feel guilty about being successful, Katie, because that's something that you are supposed to take pride in. I knew a girl once who had to struggle for everything she had. When we were in school together, she wrote a paper on the African American culture. It was rather beautiful. She paused, and I waited for her to finish. I was completely intrigued by her. I could listen to her talk like that all night, even though I couldn't help but think how much fun other things could be as well. I guess knowing this girl is where the guilt comes in for me. She ended up going into politics while I studied fashion. We got together once, and she ended up showing me a video of the things that were going on in Africa. She is a big advocate, and she wanted me to be more involved in the world than just fashion. It made me realize how much I had in life while there were others who had nothing at all. Do you know what I mean? I just knew that I needed to give something back, to try to make a difference even if it was just in some small way. So I left my sister in charge of the ordering of my designs, and I imagine by the time I get back, I'll have a whole fashion company in the works. Which of course is very exciting. You have a lot to be proud of. I hope you realize that. Your parents must be very happy with you. Actually, no, they're not at all right now. They worked really hard in their life to give me a better life, something grander than the one that they had. They wanted me to enjoy the life they gave me, not come here and feel guilty about it, she said with a laugh. I guess I can understand that. Parents always want what's best for their kids, and they just want you to be successful. This is temporary, of course, and they will see you happy in your business, and the rest won't matter. Thank you for saying that. I chuckled, not wanting the talk to get too serious. I was surprised by how the conversation had turned. I wasn't exactly the type of person that liked to dig deep when I first met someone. Of course, things just felt different with Katie. Well, you can't be much older than I am, she uttered. A little bit. I'm 36. Plus, I have a lot of experience, probably more so than you. Experience in what? She whispered. It wasn't so much that she whispered, but how she whispered that caught me off guard. It was like she had lost her breath. It was kind of hot. I didn't know what to say to her. She had rendered me speechless. I felt like I was losing control of my thoughts, and wasn't sure that it was the right time to make a move on her. I really feel like you understand me, Ben, and that's a rare thing to find. You make me want to tell you things that I shouldn't. She was looking up into my eyes. Oh, I definitely like you too, probably more than I should. Well, we don't always have to be good, do we? We can just follow how we feel, can't we? I held her gaze, those impossibly green eyes fixed on mine, and something inside me tightened, low and undeniable. Heat pooled through me. My attention dropped to her lips, soft and inviting, and I knew I wanted to feel them against mine. We had only just met. I wasn't used to attachments. I didn't want complications between us, but wanting her didn't feel like a choice. It felt inevitable. She spoke softly, almost like a confession. Ben, no man has ever been able to make me finish. Before I could respond, she stepped forward and took my face in her hands, pressing her mouth to mine. The connection was immediate, warm, needy, full of a hunger that matched my own. I drew her closer, my hands sliding into her hair, guiding her gently but firmly toward me. Her small, quiet sounds against my lips sent heat straight through me. I lifted her easily and carried her into the cabin, laying her on the bed with care, not haste. This wasn't about rushing. This was about learning each other, fully. Her shirt came off, and I kissed along her collarbone down the graceful line of her neck, slow, attentive. She arched toward me, her breath catching, her fingers clutching at my shoulders. Her reactions were natural, open without hesitation. She slid out of the rest of her clothes, and I let my hand trace the length of her body, her waist, her hips, the soft curve along her thigh. She was warm beneath my touch, already responding to every careful movement. She leaned back, her breathing unsteady, her eyes half closed completely in the moment with me. "Please," she whispered. "I want you." I guided her gently, turning her knees sinking into the mattress as she leaned forward, bracing herself on her hands. I kissed the center of her back, letting her feel my breath, my presence, the quiet promise of what was coming. Then I entered her, slowly, deeply, allowing both of us to feel every inch of connection forming between us. Her breath caught in her throat, and she let out a soft, unrestrained sound. Then yes. She moved with me, back arching, drawing me deeper, her body meeting mine in perfect rhythm. She was warm and close, and the way she responded, every shift, every soft sound, pulled me closer to the edge. Her release came suddenly, her whole body tightening as she gasped, holding onto the moment fully. The feeling of her giving in like that brought my own release from deep within me, powerful and consuming. When it subsided, I wrapped my arms around her from behind, pulling her gently back against my chest. She settled there, breathing softly, her body warm and relaxed in my arms. We lay together like that, quiet, steady, until sleep found us still wrapped around each other.
Chapter 4. Ben.
The next morning, I woke before dawn with her in my arms. Her body was warm against mine, soft and relaxed in sleep. I drew her closer and felt desire stir immediately, deep and insistent. Whatever came after this, whatever complications waited for us, I didn't care in that moment. I wanted her again. I needed her. I pressed my face into her shoulder, breathing her in. She shifted, a quiet sound leaving her lips as I brushed my hips to hers. "I want you," I murmured, my voice still rough with sleep. "It hasn't even been a full day, and I already need to be inside you again." She turned toward me slowly, still half asleep, her eyes warm and hazy. She didn't speak, not at first. She simply leaned in and kissed me, soft and eager. Heat flared instantly between us, like last night had only just paused. She cupped my cheek, her thumb tracing my jaw. "I would like you to touch me," she whispered. A low sound escaped me, almost a groan. "Believe me," I said, "that's all I want to do." Her hand slid down my chest and over my hips, finding me through the thin fabric. The way she touched me, certain, wanting, made me harder instantly. My hands found her waist, then the curve of her hips, and finally her lower back, pulling her toward me. She turned, lifting onto her knees, leaning forward, offering herself to me without a word. She knew exactly what she wanted. And so did I. I moved behind her, my hands gliding over her back, her sides, the shape of her. She felt warm, alive, eager beneath my palms. I guided her hips back slightly, positioning her, and she let out a quiet, anticipatory breath. I slid into her slowly, deeply, feeling her body take me in. Her breath caught. Mine did too. She was so warm, so present, so responsive. "Just like that," she whispered, bracing herself, her back arching beautifully. I held her hips and moved within her, steady at first, then deeper when she pushed back to meet me. Her soft sounds filled the room, quiet at first, then growing, breathier, needier, more unrestrained. "Harder," she breathed. "Please." I did. I drove deeper, each movement pulling us closer to something we both felt building and cresting. She tightened around me, her fingers gripping the sheets as a tremor ran through her. Her release came in a shiver that took her whole body, and hearing her call my name in that moment nearly undid me. I followed her into it, my body tensing, heat flooding through me as I let go with her. When it passed, I leaned forward, my chest against her back, my breath warm at her ear. We stayed like that, connected, steady, until our breathing slowed. She slid down against the mattress and turned to face me, her hair tousled, her eyes soft and bright. "I'm not sure I'm ever going to get enough of you," she whispered with a small, unguarded laugh. I brushed her cheek with the back of my hand. I know exactly what you mean. We stayed there wrapped around each other, letting dawn rise quietly outside the windows, neither of us ready to let go just yet.
Chapter 5. Ben.
When I finally managed to get out of bed that day, I'd never felt better. In fact, I felt downright incredible. The night before, I had slept like the dead with the most beautiful creature in my arms, and then the morning arrived, and we had barely wanted to get out of bed at all. Despite the hard work of the day before, I had woken up feeling more refreshed than I had in a long time. After we had slept together again that morning, Katie had slipped out of bed, dressed quickly, and left without a word. She was truly a mysterious creature, but I adored every part of her. It was crazy to think we'd known each other less than a day. I already felt such a connection to her. The intimacy had been mind-blowing to say the least, and all I wanted to do was find her and drag her back to bed. I was ready to start my day, and I was grateful that the day hadn't been completely wasted. Despite the fact that we had continued romping after we woke that morning, it was only 8 a.m. when I started getting ready to go out to the site. I hoped that her quick departure didn't mean that she was upset about anything. She was an incredible woman, and the last thing I wanted was for her to have any regrets about the time we had spent together. I washed up in the basin that had been left out for me. I dressed quickly in a light linen shirt and some shorts. I wanted to speak with Katie again before I went back to work, just to make sure that we were on the same page about everything. I wasn't willing to just move on after such an explosive night together, and needed to make sure Katie was feeling the same. I didn't want any misunderstandings or hurt feelings getting in the way of what could be an incredible couple of weeks. I knew I would have to venture over to the old school in order to find her, but I was confident I could find it easily. From what I'd heard, it wasn't too far off from the new site, especially since the school children often found their way over for a visit. I followed another path that led me to the current school, and when I laid eyes on it, my mouth dropped open. It was in worse shape than I had imagined it to be. With the foundation crumbling and the roof falling in, I was appalled to think that the children spent any amount of time in there trying to learn. If a building such as that were in New York, it would be condemned, and yet that was the only building they had currently to use as a school. Shaking my head in dismay, I approached a group of people that I recognized from the dinner last night. I asked them if they knew where Katie was, and they mentioned that they hadn't seen her at the site. I took a quick look around, and realized she wasn't at the site at all. When I approached her giggling friends, they claimed they had no idea where she was, although judging by the looks on their faces, they weren't exactly being truthful with me. When I checked my watch, I realized that I was making myself even later to the work site, and I didn't want to appear as if I was lazy and didn't want to work. I would have to try to find Katie after the workday was complete, or hope that I would see her at dinner when everyone collected together. The sun was beating down on me, and I was grateful that I had thought to bring a hat with me. Otherwise, I would have been in real trouble. Everyone was sweating buckets from the heat, and although we accomplished a lot of work by lunch, I was downright exhausted from the heat. I found that the heat itself was more physically taxing than actually wielding a hammer. All I could think about was stepping into a cold shower and washing away the grime of the day, but I knew that would not be happening anytime soon. When the lunch bell rang, everyone else headed to the lunch table, while I decided to take another stab at finding Katie at the old school. She had been all I could think about for the whole day, and I thought it was odd that I had not seen her yet. Where would she have gone if she didn't go to her own job site that morning? I grabbed 2 bottles of water from the job site and drank both of them by the time I made it to the old school. I hoped that Katie would be there, because I knew I wouldn't be able to stop thinking about her until I found her and spoke with her. Never before had my thoughts been so consumed with one woman. Usually, I slept with a girl and then never thought about her again, but that wasn't the case with Katie. I felt the urge to be around her all the time, or to at least know she was okay after the night and morning we had spent together. The fact she had left without so much as a kiss goodbye that morning had bothered me. I had to admit that I was a little more intrigued with Katie than I was with most other girls. There was just something about her, I couldn't quite put my finger on it. There was no doubt she was attractive and quite a little kitten in the bedroom, but there was more to her than that. She had ambition, and she was smart as hell, and I liked everything about her. When I arrived at her site, I saw her immediately, and relief flooded me. She was playing outside with the children, and they were all laughing and chasing each other around. I didn't waste any time and walked right up to her. She smiled as she saw me approaching, though I must have looked a sight. Being out in the heat and sweating, I hoped that I at least didn't stink badly. "Ben, I didn't expect to see you. Welcome to the school. Have you seen it yet?" "Yes, I was here this morning. It's quite a sight. I'm happier than ever that they decided to build a new one. That one looks rather fearsome. I feel bad for the children inside it. Are they safe?" "Yes, for the most part. We've had the engineers look it over, and they said that nothing will fall down on them anytime soon. But obviously, the sooner we get them out of there, the better. The teachers will often come outside for lessons, unless it rains, of course." "I see. Do you think we could talk for a moment, alone?" She smiled warmly and looked at the children that were swarming us. "Go back inside, children. The lesson will be starting shortly. Julie will start things off, and I will be in soon enough. Take some of these with you, kids." I handed them a handful of chocolates, and they squealed in delight. They ran off toward the school, ripping open chocolate as they scattered. I had never seen happier kids. Katie laughed as she watched them run into the school. "Well, that's one way to get them moving." She looked up at me. "You look like you've been working hard today." "Yeah, no kidding." I laughed. "I can't believe the heat today. I think I've sweated off 10 pounds today." "Yes, the heat takes some getting used to." "I just wanted to chat with you a bit, Katie. You left so abruptly this morning that I just wanted to make sure that everything was okay with you." "Oh, did it bother you that I left?" "No, of course not." I chuckled. "I guess I just wanted to make sure you didn't have any regrets about what we did." "Why would I have any regrets? You made me feel quite good. The first man to truly satisfy me. That's no easy task." I broke out into a grin, impressed with the things that came out of her mouth. It was the last response I had expected, and she didn't appear the least bit uncomfortable or awkward around me. She had a twinkle in her eye that made me want to drag her into the forest and take her right then and there. She was an absolute fox when she smiled. "Well, that's a relief. There's no need to be concerned at all, Ben. I didn't want to overstay my welcome. Plus, we both needed to get to work. I was quite late by the time I made it to my site." She paused for a moment. "Besides, I'm not really sure what's going on between us." "You could never overstay your welcome. Just so you know." "Well, I appreciate that." She giggled. "In fact, I would love it if you allowed me to touch your body any time that I wanted to." She gasped, but then a smile formed on her face. She didn't respond to me, but she also didn't say no.
Chapter 6. Ben.
I wondered how often people got to be with someone who made them feel this good, this incredible. Katie made me feel like I was alive even when we weren't together, and I knew a lot of my friends didn't have that feeling with their significant others. Did that mean that they settled for something less? The thought horrified me, and I knew that was why I had stayed single for so long. I didn't want to give up my bachelor lifestyle for anything less than the best. Would it surprise you if I told you I wanted you the moment I first saw you at that dinner? I murmured against her ear. "You were the most stunning person I'd ever seen." She smiled softly. "No. I noticed. I mean, I did end up in your bed that same night." She laughed gently, but her eyes were warm. And I felt it too. Still do. Something inside me tightened, deep and eager. I had wanted this, her for days. Every hour of work, every moment of focus, I had been thinking of her, craving the feel of her close to me. She held my gaze, and I knew she felt the same pull. I leaned forward and kissed her, slow at first, savoring her softness. There was a faint taste of strawberry, and the sweetness of it made my pulse jump. Her lips parted with a quiet sigh. My hand slid to her waist, drawing her against me. The warmth of her body, the way she rested her hands on my chest, it was all the invitation I needed. Wait, she breathed, though her fingers curled at my shirt. We've been sneaking around for weeks. Someone could notice. I don't care, I whispered. And I think they already know. But I still want you. Right now. If I don't have you. I exhaled, steadying myself. I don't know what I'd do. She hesitated only a moment, then her body softened against mine. I kissed her again, a deep, slow kiss that eased her concern and pulled her closer. Her breath trembled as I slipped her top upward, her skin warm beneath my hands. I lifted her and carried her to the bed, our bed really. She slept in my cabin more nights than not. She lay back, watching me with a look that was both shy and burning. I settled between her legs, caressing her gently. She was already warm and open for me, her breath coming shallow. I moved with patience at first, encouraging her body to meet mine to welcome me in. Oh, Ben? Her voice was soft, almost pleading. I'm right here, I whispered. When I entered her, I did so slowly, careful and attentive. She tightened around me, and her hand came to my shoulder, gripping just a little. I rocked into her gently, letting her adjust to me, murmuring softly against her cheek. When she relaxed under me, I deepened the rhythm, and her quiet sounds became full, unrestrained, her arms winding around me as if she couldn't get close enough. Her release came with a soft cry, and the way she held me made it impossible to hold back my own. I stayed there for a moment afterward, breathing her in, feeling her heartbeat under my palm. She smiled up at me. That felt amazing. I swear we get better every time. I laughed softly, brushing my lips along her temple. I agree. Being with you feels right. Eventually, we had to pull ourselves together. We were definitely late returning to the worksite, and no amount of smoothing her hair would hide the glow in her cheeks or the softness in her eyes. But I didn't regret it, not 1 second. If anything, I was already thinking of the next time I'd hold her again. We should probably go, she said. I nodded and kissed her on the cheek. I'm going to go ahead. Wait 5 minutes and then come after me. She nodded back. I kissed her deeply. We made out like that for a good 30 seconds, and I wished we didn't have to stop. I left the cabin feeling happy and satisfied. I looked over my shoulder and saw her in the doorway of my cabin. I kept that image in my head all the way to the job site, not wanting to forget what she looked like standing there. Would she also look that way if we ever shared a home together? That thought definitely brought a smile to my face. Volunteers were arriving weekly, which was a great thing for the site. The more people that showed up, the quicker things were accomplished. I was anxious to get the school completed for the sake of the children in the other building. I didn't want to hear about something awful or tragic happening because they were inside that ramshackle building. The new school was almost complete, and I could just feel the pride amongst all the workers for a job well done. When I started seeing the finished product, it was just a really good feeling to have. I had been so distracted with the work as well as with Katie that I had almost forgotten about the scandal back home. By the time the week was over, we had a rather large team working together, and the work started to come together at a faster pace. Once the school was complete, we would band both teams together to get the hospital completed. It was a much larger project, and the finished product would really help all the local villagers. They didn't have anything that even resembled a hospital close by, and many people had died because they couldn't get to a hospital in time. After the hospital was completed, I would most likely return home. I had been there for a week already, and I would need to get back and deal with the issues of the company. At the very least, I would have to deal with the deposition against me, and then maybe even a trial if the charges weren't dropped. That all depended on whether they found the person responsible for it all. Kyle was flying into the job site that day to give me an update on what was going on back home. I was anxious to find out whether or not Kyle had gotten to the bottom of things. It was his job after all, and he had assured me that I would find out who was responsible for the order to start dumping in the ocean. I really had been cut off from the world that past week. I had not brought my phone as I knew it would be too distracting, and there was no Wi-Fi unless I went into town, which was a rare occurrence for me. I spent all my spare time with Katie, and that was a lot better than checking social media sites or emails. Not to mention the fact that I would have driven myself nuts by checking the news every night to see what they were saying about me. The whole point of being in Africa was to get my mind off things and to fix my reputation. I didn't need to worry about any of it as long as I was in Africa. The fact that Kyle was coming to brief me on everything was enough for me for the time being. I was on the job site when Kyle arrived. Paul had met with his plane and drove him into the site so that he could meet with me. By the time he arrived, I was enjoying lunch with Katie. We had opted to forego the physical lunch affair for that day, knowing that Kyle would be arriving. I didn't exactly need my right-hand man walking in on me being intimate, though it was almost torturous waiting for the opportunity to touch her all over again. By the time Kyle found me, I was covered in sweat. By this point, I was used to the heat, but it looked as if Kyle had not dressed appropriately for the sweltering heat. My gosh man, it is hot here. Yeah, no kidding. I chuckled. But trust me, you do get used to it. It looks like you have a killer tan to bring back to New York with you. I smiled. Yeah, I've been spending an awful lot of time in the sun, that's for sure. I'm assuming your flight was good? Yes, of course. No issue there. I motioned to Katie. This is Katie. She volunteers with the AIDS program, educating the children in the area. Katie, this is my right-hand man Kyle. It's nice to meet you. Kyle shook her hand with a smile on his face. It was obvious that he liked her by the way he was smiling admirably at her. I couldn't blame him, of course. She was beautiful, but I also felt a sting of jealousy when I saw Kyle talking to her. It's a pleasure meeting you as well. Kyle turned his attention back to me. I need to debrief you on the situation back home. Can we speak in private? Yes, of course. I glanced at Katie, noticing that she looked puzzled. I will catch up with you later on, okay, Katie? Enjoy the rest of your lunch. She only nodded, not saying a word. I thought it was a little weird for her to behave that way, but I decided to let it go. I wanted to talk to Kyle and find out what was going on in New York during my absence. That, for the time being, was more important. I could speak with Katie about everything later on. I walked away with Kyle, leaving her at the table to finish her lunch. So Kyle, what do you have to report? I hope you have some good news for me. Kyle looked me over. You look really good, man. I don't think I've ever seen you so relaxed, even after a normal vacation. I have to say Africa has done wonders for you. How's the stress level? I don't have any stress here, which is exactly what I needed. It was a good suggestion to come here and lend a hand. It certainly has done me good to get away from all the stress from the accusations. I'm happy to be away from that crap for the time being. I wasn't sure what was making me happier, working at the site or spending time with Katie. Imagine if I had never gone to Africa, and therefore had never met her. I couldn't even imagine such a thing. Was the whole thing fated? I wasn't sure that I believed in things like that. Well, I'm glad to hear it, man. You deserve a break. You don't need to worry about anything. You are going to walk away from this whole thing unscathed. That's what I like to hear. So tell me, what's going on? Is there any news? Well, first, I came to tell you that you need to be finished your work here no later than a few weeks, and that's whether the hospital is completed or not. I know you wanted to be here to see them both completed, but you need to be back in 2 weeks for sure. Why? I didn't like the fact that I was going to miss the completion of the hospital. There would be a real celebration after that one, and I was hoping to host it. But maybe we would get lucky and be able to finish the hospital in time as well. With both teams together, we just might be able to. Plus, I had not spoken to Katie about what was going on between us and what it would mean once I left. I couldn't imagine being gone in 2 weeks and leaving her here. It would be weird not having her around. Those days we basically spent every waking hour together, not to mention the hours we spent sleeping too. Well, you need to appear in front of the court for the criminal charges the prosecutor is putting against you. So like I said, whether the hospital is completed or not, you need to be ready to go. What the hell, Kyle? Court? I am not going to jail for the better part of my life because the Arctic Ocean was poisoned. You told me you were going to handle this. Ben, calm down. You don't need to get upset. Don't tell me I don't need to get upset, Kyle. This is my life. I know, and you aren't going to jail. This is all going to go away, I promise you. This will all be swept under the rug, and before you know it, everyone will be back to thinking you're an amazing man. Which you are, of course. This is just a stumbling block. We are going to be back on top. That would be fantastic, Kyle, and I'm expecting you to make sure that it happens. I took a deep breath, regaining my composure. Kyle and I continued walking through the camp so that I could show him what we had been doing with the school. Neither one of us had noticed that there had been another person walking behind us the entire time.
Chapter 7. Ben.
Katie was supposed to have met me for dinner that evening, and I waited at the cabin for over an hour, wondering what was taking her so long. It was becoming clear to me that she wasn't showing up, and I couldn't have been more confused. I grew worried about her, and decided to go looking for her to make sure she was all right. I found her in her own cabin. Had she forgotten our date? I found that hard to believe. She barely looked up at me as I made my way up to her porch where she was sitting. Katie, did you forget dinner? I thought we were doing that together. Well, you were wrong about that. Her tone startled me. She was definitely pissed, I just had no idea why. I couldn't imagine why she was suddenly so cold toward me. We were always red hot together. What's wrong? When she looked up at me, she was glaring. Taken aback, I grew more confused by the minute. I wasn't sure what to say to her, so I remained quiet. She would eventually tell me what was up, especially if she meant to get rid of me. Finally, she said, "How could you poison the ocean? Then you come here and you fool everyone into thinking you're a good man, when really you're nothing but a fake." I was speechless, which probably made me look guilty, but I was just thrown off by her comment. How did she know that? Had Paul finally told her? I couldn't imagine Paul doing something like that, but how else did she know? What are you talking about? I was practically standing behind you when you were talking to Kyle. I heard everything. You both are evil. Katie, you're wrong. I had nothing to do with that, you don't understand. Isn't that convenient? How could an owner of a company not know that something like that was going on? Are you joking right now? Katie, please, you have to trust me that I had no idea. I had stepped away from the company at the time to pursue other things. There were other people in charge. Just because you are away from the company doesn't mean you don't know what's going on. I was astounded by what I was hearing. She was saying exactly the same things I had been beating myself up over before I went to Africa. What's worse was that she didn't believe me. Look, I know how it sounds, but it's not true. Kyle didn't know either, and we are trying to get to the bottom of it. I have to go to court, yes, but I'm defending myself, and the prosecutor has no proof that I did any of this. Please, Katie, you know me, I would never do this. It's disgusting, and I just don't believe that you had no idea. I have spent my whole life helping people. I would never do something like that. I came here to do good, not to trick people. Please, you know me. No, I think you came here to avoid a media storm or to help your precious reputation. I came here so that the media could see who I really am. I didn't do this, and I'm not evil or a fake. The person you know here, that's who I am. Being here has made me so happy. She searched my eyes, and I hoped that she would just believe me, trust that I had nothing to do with disposing of the waste. Come back to the cabin, please. Don't you dare lie to me. Katie, I would never lie to you. You have to trust me. She fell into my arms, and I breathed a sigh of relief. She kissed me roughly, and I grew excited with her in my arms. I walked her backward into her cabin, and began to undress her quickly. She didn't share the cabin alone, and I had no idea where the other girls were, but I didn't really care. She broke the kiss. Ben, I don't think this is a good idea. We'll be quiet. Please, I need you. That night I went back to my own cabin, leaving her behind. I wanted her to be with me, but she declined, saying she needed to get some rest. When I arrived home, I realized I was also really tired and fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. When I awoke the next morning, Katie was there, sitting on the end of my bed, holding cups of coffee in her hand. I sat up, confused but pleased to find her there. Hi, beautiful. Thanks for bringing me coffee. I need to talk to you, Ben. Her tone had me worried. What's up? I'm going home today. I was wide awake now. What are you talking about? I should have told you I was planning to leave, but I just wanted to enjoy our time together. I've been here for a while now, and I need to return to work. My sister told me the orders are getting out of hand. I don't know what I'll do without you here. She smiled. You'll just have to focus on that hospital now. I hope you understand that I have to leave now. I refused to let her see that I was crushed by her leaving. I didn't understand why she was leaving. I felt like her departure was cold and too sudden. I guess we weren't on the same page after all. Sure I do. I hope things go well with your orders. I was hurt that she hadn't given me any warning about her departure, but I didn't want to waste these last moments by getting in an argument. She looked sad as she leaned over to kiss me. Take care, Ben. I watched her walk out of the cabin and out of my life. My heart lurched in my throat. I knew she wasn't just leaving Africa, she was leaving me too, and I knew I had to get her back.
Chapter 8. Katie. 6 months later.
It seemed that I was always in a hurry, no matter how hard I tried not to be. I felt like a chicken with my head cut off on most days, and that was never a good feeling for anyone. Every day I was filled with stress, and often I felt overloaded, but that was the life of a designer, I supposed. I loved the fashion world, and although it could be stressful at times, I wouldn't trade my life for anything. I made my way to the cafe down the street to get my usual dose of caffeine to help me get through the day. I found I drank a lot of coffee, mainly because I was up late at night working on my designs, and mornings came way too fast. The cafe was not far from the design studio that I rented, and I always liked to bring back some cupcakes for my team, and this place made the best in the city. I walked up to the counter and put in my order and tried as best as I could to be patient. I drummed my fingers on the countertop as I waited. I couldn't get last night's designs out of my head and wondered if they needed a bit of altering. It certainly wouldn't hurt, but I was so close to presenting them during Fashion Week that I didn't want to lose any time by changing things unnecessarily. Sometimes I could be a perfectionist, and that got me in hot water more often than not. I had one very exciting thing on my schedule for the day, and just thinking about it boiled up some excitement in me. An order had come in a few weeks ago for a pop star that was looking for a particular design. The deadline was today, and I needed to have the sketches and thumbnails to the pop star that day. She needed a design for the MTV Music Awards that were coming up, and it was a true honor that I had been chosen to do the design. What more could a designer want than to see one of her dresses on a celebrity? It didn't get much better than that. It was important that I offered the girl my best possible designs, and it had been something that weighed heavily on my mind all the time. I couldn't screw it up. This client could bring me to the next level in my career, and my heart beat faster just thinking about it. It had been 6 months since I'd returned home from Africa, and it was almost as if it had never happened. It's funny how being back in the big city could make you forget certain things. The hustle and bustle of the city were nothing like the laid-back living I had found in Malawi. If I thought about it too often, I would find myself going back there mentally, and I missed it. I missed the children, the work that made me feel so fulfilled in many ways, and the people. Since I had been back, I had been working my butt off, and time just seemed to pass by me. I didn't have a lot of time to dwell on my trip. It was important to me after seeing how things went in Africa to truly make my own dreams come true. One thing that I had learned during my trip was that life was fleeting and it went by so fast. It was important for me to chase my dreams while I was still young. I felt I owed it to my experience to do my best and to take advantage of all that I could in life. I refused to believe that I kept myself so busy every hour of the day to try to forget something or someone. I definitely didn't enjoy idle time in which I could just sit there and contemplate things. But there were times when I couldn't help but think about Ben and the time we had shared together. I had not spoken to Ben since I had walked away from him at his cabin. At the time, I felt it was what was best for me, and I couldn't question that decision. Not now. Ben was a man who was troubled in more ways than one. I considered it a fling and nothing more. These things happened when people were away, and they generally didn't mean anything. I wanted what happened to stay in my past. There was no point in dwelling on that time. If I were honest with myself, I would admit that maybe the crazy way I had been working lately had more to do with the fact that I was hiding unresolved feelings for Ben, which was completely stupid because we had only known each other for a short amount of time. How could I feel something for him when I'd barely spent enough time with him to get to know him? I refused to believe that I fell for a guy they first had just met. Not to mention the fact that the man had never been in a serious relationship in his life. In a moment of weakness, shortly after my return, I'd made the mistake of looking him up online. There were more than enough pictures of him, with different women, paraded around on his arm, for me to understand the playboy life he was used to. It was just one more thing that made me question why I would want to shackle myself to a man like that. It was a recipe for disaster. I had been working my butt off the past 6 months to disguise the fact that thinking about Ben reminded me of what it had felt like to have his hands on my body. I couldn't exactly complain though, as working my butt off had really paid off, and the company I started had grown significantly. Things were going great, business-wise. I had a great team, and they worked just as hard as I did in making sure my designs were realized. At first, I had been doing all the work myself, and now I had people to whom I could delegate those tasks. It was a liberating feeling, and I couldn't be happier with the position I was in. That was the upside to life after Ben. The downside was that I often found myself standing in a coffee line, with a zombie expression across my face. I would be laughing, however, if the pop star loved my design and wore it to the show. The pop star could make a garbage bag look good, so if she wore my design, it was likely that more orders would just keep piling in. I smiled at the barista as he handed me the trays of coffee and cupcakes. My team would need it just as much as I did, and I liked taking care of a hard-working team. Getting coffee gave me the same feeling as when I was helping people in Africa. I just liked making people happy. It made my life so much more fulfilling. When I stepped outside, the sun was beating down so brightly that I had to stop for a moment to take it in. I rarely stopped and took a breath, yet there I was, standing in the middle of the sidewalk, just forcing myself to relax and enjoy the sun for a moment. The rays felt good against my skin, and this was one of the rare moments where I was transported back to Africa. I loved my life, there wasn't a bad thing about it. I should be grateful. I also should consider slowing down, so I didn't burn out. There were people in the world dying, so to be stressed about whether my designs would sell or not was a silly thing. After all, life went on, it always did. My future looked bright and successful, so what was I stressing out about? I needed to start living my life as if every day was my last. I headed toward my office with a new lightness to my step, thinking about how great the day was going to be. I opened the doors to the brightly lit studio. One of the interns made a beeline for me and snatched the trays from my hands. Thanks, Becky. It wasn't easy getting those here. I'm surprised I didn't drop them. Yeah, I know what you mean. I've definitely done something like that myself. Becky brought around the coffee to people and set out the cupcakes for whoever chose to come for them. They would be gone in 20 minutes, I could guarantee it. Something came for you today. What is it? No idea. But it looks fancy. I laughed. I can't imagine what it is. Unless the pop star is trying to inspire me to create faster. I have no idea who it's from. How mysterious. I couldn't imagine who the package would be from. I hadn't ordered anything lately. I followed Becky to my office, where a box sat on my desk. We both looked down at it, but I still couldn't determine where it came from. The package was wrapped in paper that could only be described as luxurious, which only further puzzled me. I have to tell you, Katie, it looks like it could be a romantic gift. What? Do you think? Just unwrap it, for goodness sake. The suspense is killing me. Okay, hold on, I laughed. I quickly unwrapped the mysterious package to find a gorgeous blue dress sitting there with a diamond necklace on top. Oh my gosh. Hey, there's a letter in there, whispered Becky. Where? Right there. Becky was practically yelling at me. I chuckled. Easy there, girl, I didn't see it. Becky handed me the letter, and I turned it over to see if there was a name. There wasn't. I quickly opened the letter to find directions to the hottest French restaurant in town. I was to wear the dress and necklace when I went there tonight at 7. Wow. That is so romantic. I have no idea what is going on right now, I muttered. It has to be Matt. Really, you think so? The thought of Matt sending me a package like this made me grow warm all over. I'd only been seeing him for a short time, but things were progressing nicely. Of course, who else could it be? He sent you those flowers the other day too. He's on a roll. Yeah, but flowers are one thing, this is something else entirely. Sure, but the guy is loaded. It's not like he can't afford it. I stared down at the letter, wondering. It would be a sweet gesture, but it just seemed too soon for two people who had just started to get to know one another. But maybe Matt was trying to woo me, on an extreme level. What should I do? You should definitely go. Really? I don't know. Are you crazy, Katie? If a guy did something like that for me, I would already be on my way over, even if I was like 10 hours early. I laughed. Yeah, but that's assuming you think it's Matt. It could be a stalker, waiting at that table for me. Super creepy. Come on. You can't be serious. Well, it's not like I haven't been splashed all over the papers lately. It could be anyone that sent this. To be honest, if it was Matt, I think it would say so. Whoa, Katie, you are way overthinking this one. Yes, it's only been a week since you met Matt, but he's been contacting you nonstop ever since. He could just be doing a romantic gesture. I nodded. Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe I am overreacting. Well, I'll leave you to it. I need to drink my coffee and get back to work. I'm swamped. Yes, please do. You really help keep things afloat. I sat down at my desk and started to sift through some paperwork. I kept looking up at the box, unable to concentrate. Who sent that beautiful dress? I picked up the letter again, reading it over. I then touched the fabric of the dress. There was one thing I could tell for sure. It was expensive material, and the necklace was on a whole other level entirely. Becky had been right about one thing: the package had been fancy. I just wasn't sure Matt was behind it. Thinking about Matt always brought a smile to my face. I really liked the guy, but I didn't think he would make such a grand gesture, especially so soon. So far we always had a great time together, so maybe I was underestimating his attraction to me. Maybe he was all about the grand gesture. I met Matt while attending an AIDS gala fundraiser. Since leaving Africa, I wanted to be more involved in the cause. I may not be building schools or teaching students, but I still wanted to be part of the cause and lend a hand where I could now that I was home. I had allowed one of my dresses to be auctioned off for the cause, and it had sold for almost $10,000. That was nothing to sneeze at. I ended up meeting Matt because he had been seated at the same table as I was. He was tall, dark, and hard all over, very hard to resist. He was a little older than I was, but I didn't mind at all. He owned one of the major football teams in the area and was quite successful. I had a hard time not thinking about him. We had spent the better part of the evening talking and laughing together. Later on that night, the organizer had confessed that Matt had asked to sit at my table. I had been surprised but deeply flattered. I had never met a kinder and more thoughtful man, and spending time with him had been a real treat. I couldn't have had more fun that night, and I doubted that I would have had as good a time had he not been there to entertain me. He had asked me out that night, and we had dinner the next evening. We'd been talking nonstop ever since. After that first date, I had been sure that there was a reason that Matt had been brought into my life. I could really believe that he might be the one. Or was I talking crazy as well? We had only met a week ago, but then this box arrived. What did it mean? Matt was an attractive, successful, and kind man. I should snap him up while I could. Although he was one hell of a hot guy, we had yet to sleep together. Not that I wanted to rush things, I was fine with how things were going. I made my decision. I was going to go to the restaurant to meet that mystery man.
Chapter 9. Katie.
I drank a glass of wine as I got ready for my mystery date. It was a good way to relax before I went to meet whoever was waiting for me. It was probably Matt. I mean, who else would send such an extravagant gift? Overall, the day had gone marvelously well. The sketches had been completed on time and sent over to the pop star for approval. Just sending the sketches had been so exciting. I was really doing it, doing what I loved and making strides toward realizing my dreams. At least the stress of those sketches was a thing of the past. Now I just had to wait for the final approval, and the dress could be made. I looked in the mirror and spun around. The dress was tight-fitting and showed off my curves. Whoever bought the dress knew my size and knew what I liked because I looked like a fox in it. It made me wonder how on earth Matt would know my size so well when he had never even seen me naked. Had he just guessed? I slipped on the diamond necklace and attached the clasp, feeling the heaviness of the necklace against my chest. I looked in the mirror again and smiled. Damn, I looked good. That necklace was stunning, and it complemented the dress so well. I couldn't wait to get to the restaurant and show Matt what I looked like in the items he had so carefully picked out for me. He would be thrilled. The look on his face alone would be priceless. I decided to put on my most sensual pair of lace panties that evening, just in case he felt inspired after he saw me. If he did feel so inspired, he would get a night that he wouldn't soon forget. I decided it was best to take a cab to the restaurant, since I wasn't entirely sure what would be happening afterward. If nothing happened, it would take nothing to cab back home. I didn't really want to worry about driving if I was having a few drinks either. When I arrived, I stepped into the high-class restaurant and looked toward the host. My heart was beating in my chest like crazy. It was the kind of restaurant that took months to get a reservation, and it had been some time since I had been there. Whoever sent the dress definitely had some connections. The host approached me, and I announced that I was meeting an unknown visitor. The hostess took my name and smiled as she led the way to my table. I tried to steady my heart, but it was raging out of control, and there was nothing that I could do about it. I was being seated out on the terrace, and when I approached the table, there was no one there yet. The plot thickened even more. They were literally the best seats in the house, looking out into the evening stars. It took my breath away. I looked around the restaurant to see if I could see Matt coming in. I wanted to be all smiles for him. What I did not expect was to see Ben walking toward me. My mouth hit the floor, and not in a flattering way. He had a shit-eating grin on his face, and suddenly everything was coming into focus. Crap, what was he doing there? I had forgotten just how handsome Ben actually was, but it all came screaming back as he approached me. I hadn't seen him since Africa, and seeing Ben in front of me then had me reliving every moment we spent together in my head. He wasn't even that close to me, and yet my body temperature rose just at the sight of him. He was, after all, still the only man that had ever made my toes curl. I shook it off. I couldn't believe I could still feel that way about him, after so long. It had been 6 months, and yet it felt like it was yesterday. It felt like he had just put his hands on me for the first time. How was that possible? For him to have that kind of control over my body, after all that time? I blushed at the thought of everything he'd made me feel. He was still smiling at me, and it was causing an ache inside. You look as beautiful as the day I met you. That is quite the dress. I narrowed my eyes at him. Ben, what the hell are you doing here? Should I be offended that you weren't expecting me? Oh no, was the package from him? Is that what he was implying? I refused to give him any more of a reaction than a smile. I wasn't going to bring Matt into this mess. I couldn't believe he was standing there before me, but I should have known. It would have been too soon for Matt to have pulled such an extravagant gesture on me. I just hadn't expected to ever hear from Ben again. Did you really expect me to give up on you that easily? You are all I've thought about for the past 6 months. Well, you sure know how to mark your territory, don't you? He took a seat across from me, and my nervousness swelled. I had expected Matt to be there across from me, and instead I had received a blast from my past. Would Matt be upset to know I was having dinner with an old flame? No, it was much too soon for him to feel that kind of possessiveness toward me. He would have no right to be upset. We weren't exclusive, and had never even had a conversation even close to that. I couldn't help but feel torn. I knew that I still had some unresolved feelings for Ben, and yet I really liked Matt. There was the potential for something to be there between us. In fact, I had been having the kind of thoughts that included a white dress and baby clothing. I was in no rush for any of those things, of course, but it was just the kind of thoughts girls had when they met a guy they really liked. I could be happy with a man like Matt. He was the perfect family man. But there was no denying the incredible chemistry that came with spending time with Ben. We were electric together. I just had no idea if there was a future with Ben. Our time together in Malawi had been incredible, right up until it wasn't. I still couldn't get over the fact that he had hidden something so huge from me while we were together, and I didn't know if I could trust him. Plus, knowing about his past with women, I couldn't be certain if he would be there from one day to the next. Tell me, Katie, how have you been these past few months? His smile warmed me immediately. Things are great. My company is on fire right now. A celeb asked me to design a dress, so that's exciting. Good for you, I'm happy to hear it. I can't say I'm surprised at all, though. You are one hell of a smart woman. I smiled at him. I was proud of my accomplishments, and a little pleased that he was as well. I always felt at ease with Ben. We had a level of comfort that was hard to attain with most people without spending many years with them. As we ordered drinks and then dinner, the time between us flew. We talked like old friends and didn't shut up for hours. It was like I had been starving before he showed up, and he brought me sustenance just by being in my presence. We eventually got around to discussing Africa, and what went on there after I had left. The experience had changed Ben for the better, and I could see that when he spoke of his experience there. We also discussed his upcoming trial and what he hoped to do about it. The phone rang then, breaking through my reverie. Thinking it was my design team looking for me, I flipped my phone over and saw that it was Matt calling. I sent the call to voicemail and flipped the phone back over. I couldn't talk to Matt while I was having dinner with another man. It would have been disrespectful to both of them. I looked up to see Ben watching me intently. "Important call," he said with a glint in his eyes. "Don't worry about who's calling me, Ben." The phone rang again, startling me, and we both laughed. "If you need to take a call, Katie, you can do so." "No, it's okay." I laughed. "I'm sorry." "Well, check who it is and make sure it's not important." I flipped the phone over, and this time it was my design team. Becky was calling, and I clicked on the call immediately. There was so much chattering going on that I could barely understand what she was saying. "Becky, calm down. I can hardly hear you." I paused as I listened to Becky, who continued on in a calmer voice. "Oh my gosh. That's incredible." I was laughing, and it felt great. I clicked off the call and beamed at Ben. "Must have been good news." "Oh, great news. That celebrity I was telling you about, she loved the design, and she wants the dress." "Congratulations, Katie. You certainly deserve it." He got up from his chair and circled toward me. He pulled me out of my chair and into his arms for a hug, and my body hummed with the connection to him. When we parted, I looked up into his eyes, and it was just like that first night we were together. I kissed him right there in the middle of the restaurant, and he returned my kiss just as fervently. "Come to my hotel room," he whispered against my neck. "I have one upstairs." I wondered if he had planned the whole thing, but I realized I didn't care. I nodded.
Chapter 10. Katie.
We rode the elevator to the penthouse without saying a word, but there was nothing calm about the silence. The air between us buzzed, like the moment before lightning touches the ground. When the doors opened, Ben didn't hesitate. He slid an arm around me and drew me close as if he'd been waiting days to do exactly that. He lifted me easily and carried me to the bedroom, laying me down on the bed with a care that made my heart twist. His body hovered over mine, not touching yet but close enough that I could feel the warmth radiating off him. Close enough that my breath caught. My pulse was hammering. I didn't know how he could look at me like that, like he wanted to memorize every second, every detail. I had never felt so seen. So I tried to tease, though my voice was soft and breathless. "What happens now?" His expression deepened, something dark and warm flickering in his eyes. "I'm going to make you feel good, Katie," he said, voice low, voice certain. "The way you deserve to be felt." Heat washed through me. No one had ever spoken to me like that before, like pleasure wasn't something to be shy about, but something to claim. He leaned in slowly, giving me every chance to pull away. I didn't. The moment his lips touched mine, the world fell away. The kiss was slow at first, soft, warm, careful, and then it deepened, like he needed the taste of me just to breathe. His hand slipped to the back of my neck, steady and warm, guiding me closer. I curled my fingers into his shirt, pulling him to me, answering his kiss with everything I had held back for far too long. When he finally pulled away, his forehead rested against mine. "You drive me crazy," he whispered. He slid the zipper of my dress down, not rushed, not greedy, just intentional. The fabric slipped away, and he looked at me like he was seeing something rare. Something worth savoring. "You're beautiful," he said again. No hesitation. No doubt. I couldn't speak. I just touched his jaw, the strong line of it, the warmth of his skin. I wanted to remember how he felt under my hands. How he smelled. How he looked at me, like I was something he couldn't believe was real. His hands traced my sides, slow enough that I shivered. His lips found my shoulder, the space beneath my ear, the curve of my throat, each kiss making my breath catch a little harder. The tension built in waves, soft, consuming, overwhelming in the sweetest way. We weren't rushing. We didn't need to. It felt like we had all the time in the world, and like the moment might break us if it sped up even 1 second more. I whispered his name, barely a breath. His hand found mine. He squeezed gently. "I'm here," it said without words. And I knew then, this wasn't just desire. It was connection. Recognition. A kind of gravity that didn't ask for permission. He leaned in again, his lips brushing mine, slow and warm and sure. And I let myself fall. My face was burning, and I knew it. I had been nervous, unsure, exposed in a way I'd never been before. Yet when I opened my eyes, Ben wasn't smirking or judging. He was watching. Really watching. Like he was enchanted. The look on his face made something inside me flip, because suddenly I understood. I had power here. Not the kind you take from someone. The kind they give to you willingly. He looked at me like I was the only thing in the room that mattered. "That," he murmured, voice low and warm, "is beautiful." Heat rolled through me. I felt bold again, warm and glowing under the weight of that attention. My breath grew uneven, my heart beat too fast. I didn't know if it was the way he looked at me, or the way being near him always made the world fall away, but I knew what I wanted. "Please," I whispered. He tilted his head. "Please what, sweetheart?" "I want you." There it was, simple, raw, and honest. His expression softened, deepened into something that made my knees feel weak, even though I was already lying down. "Then you have me," he said. He came toward me slowly, not rushing, not greedy, just deliberate. His hand slid to my hips, steady and sure, guiding me carefully beneath him. He kissed me, warm, slow, like he was tasting every breath I took. The kind of kiss that didn't just spark heat, but claimed space in my entire body. When he pressed closer, I gasped, not from surprise but from how right it felt. As if our bodies remembered something our minds had barely begun to catch up on. The kind of closeness that didn't ask your permission to change you. My fingers curled against his back as my breath hitched. The room seemed to pulse around us, all warmth and rhythm, and that rising unstoppable intensity that built like a storm you can feel in your bones before it breaks. "Look at me," he whispered. I did. And everything inside me unraveled beautifully. The pleasure rose fast, too fast, and I couldn't stop the soft sounds that escaped me. My body arched without thought, without hesitation, giving, wanting, needing. "That's it," he murmured, brushing his forehead to mine. "Just let go." I did. Completely. The world fractured into light. I didn't even realize I was trembling, until he held me through it, steadying me with quiet touches and soft breaths against my cheek. My name left his lips like it was something precious. When my breathing finally slowed, he kissed the corner of my mouth, gentle now, almost tender. "You're unbelievable," he said softly, almost to himself. I didn't know what to say. I just smiled, weak, glowing, overwhelmed in the best way, and began to gather myself. My legs felt unsteady, my hands still shaking with the echo of everything we'd just shared. We dressed quietly, though neither of us stopped looking at the other. And when I caught him watching me with that same bright, warm hunger, I wondered if this would ever stop feeling like the first time. It didn't feel like something temporary. It felt like gravity. As I reached for the door, he caught my hand and pressed a soft kiss to my mouth. "Come to Paris with me," he murmured. I laughed breathlessly. "I can't. I have work." "You can take a few days off," he said, smiling like he already knew my answer. I shook my head, though my smile gave me away. "Then?" He didn't push further. He just kept smiling. Like this wasn't over. And it wasn't. We both knew it.
Chapter 11. Katie.
The last day in Paris was a sad one for me. The city was just so beautiful that I couldn't get over it. I couldn't even believe I had allowed Ben to take me there. I had so much work waiting for me back home, But it had only been for a few days, so really no harm was done. I didn't tell my design team the truth about where I was going, because I didn't want them to know that I had just skipped town with an old flame, especially since some of them knew about Matt. What a complication that was. I didn't even know myself what I was doing, so having to try to explain it to someone else would be complicated and possibly embarrassing as well. I had called Matt before I left for Paris to let him know I would be out of town for a few days. I told him we would need to talk when I returned. One way or another, I needed to make a decision and decide what man I wanted in my life, and that was no easy decision considering the two men. Ben and I had flown to Paris almost immediately, taking advantage of his private jet. I loved Paris. Not only was it beautiful, but it was also the fashion capital of the world. I loved shopping there, they always had such unique collections. We had only been there for a few days, and the first one didn't really count because we never left the room once, or even the bed. I had been terribly sore because of it, but it had all been worth it. The two of us weren't big on sightseeing, so we spent most of our time lounging on the beach or in the pool on the balcony of Ben's suite. It was luxurious, and I loved the chance to soak up some heat before I returned home. It had been a truly relaxing time away. It wasn't all beach time though. I had done a massive amount of shopping, but what girl wouldn't? I didn't just purchase clothing, I bought yards of fabric for my designs and had them shipped back home. It was all on Ben's dime too, he spoiled me rotten while we were away. We were lounging by the pool sipping champagne, and I couldn't remember a time that I felt happier about my life. Everything was going to plan. Ben got up to check his messages, and I continued to sip on the decadent wine. I refused to check messages, because listening to any of them would have had me back on the jet and returning home. I had a hard time leaving my company in the hands of others, and if something went wrong, I wanted to be there. So I just made sure to check in periodically through text message. When I grabbed my phone to send my check-in message, I noticed that Matt had sent me 2 texts. They were simple messages, asking how my trip was coming along. I quickly sent him a text asking if he wanted to have dinner with me when I returned to the city. I knew I needed to have a talk with him. When I turned from my phone, I found Ben standing behind me. He didn't look happy to find me on my phone, which I found odd since he regularly checked in with his office. I ordered us in some food so we could spend our last night relaxing. I hope that's okay with you. Sure, of course. Was that work? He nodded toward my phone. They are just anxious to get me back in the office, that's all. I can't blame them. Like I said, it's a busy time for us. Ben watched me closely, like he was reading every flicker of my expression. For a moment he said nothing, then he smiled and pulled me in, claiming my mouth in a deep, heated kiss. His hands moved up my sides and closed firmly around my breasts, his touch rough in the way I loved. A soft sound escaped my throat as I slid my hand down, stroking the shape of him through his shorts. We had taken a day to rest, my body had needed it, but now I was aching for him again. I had been waiting for this. Craving it. Our hands explored, urgent and hungry, and I felt myself grow warm and ready, a slow pulse building in my core. Take me, Ben, I whispered with a wicked smile. If you can catch me. I slipped out of my bikini top and bottom in one smooth motion and bolted toward the pool, laughing as I dove into the water. When I surfaced, he was right behind me, cutting through the water with determined strokes. I backed up to the shallow edge, waiting. He reached me in seconds, pressing my back lightly against the wall of the pool. His mouth met mine again, full of heat and demand. I wrapped my legs around his waist, pulling him closer. He entered me in one powerful motion, and I gasped, every nerve alive. His movements were deep, steady, consuming. I clung to him, nails dragging along his shoulders as pleasure surged through me in waves. He leaned in close, his breath warm against my neck, his hands holding me firmly in place as if I belonged entirely to him. Mine, he murmured, his voice low and rough. Yes, I breathed, my whole body trembling. All yours. The rhythm built until I felt myself shatter, my back arching against the smooth tile behind me. He followed not long after, holding me tight as he released, the moment stretching into something slow and overwhelming. When it was over, I sank into his chest, both of us breathing hard, the water warm around us. There was always something undeniable between us, something that only seemed to grow stronger every time we touched. He finally loosened his hold, brushing a kiss against my cheek. "Come on," he said softly, a playful glint in his eyes. "Let's see if the food's here." I laughed, climbing out of the pool and reaching for a towel. My body felt warm, loose, deeply satisfied. I watched him disappear into the adjoining room, and all I wanted in that moment was to follow him again. I returned to the room and noticed my phone was buzzing. When I went to check it, I found that Matt had responded. I suddenly felt guilty for being there with Ben when Matt was so into me. But I wasn't doing anything wrong. I had never slept with Matt, and we were nowhere near being exclusive. I just wanted to make sure I was making the best decision for myself. The last thing I had expected when I started talking to Matt was that Ben would walk back into my life. I had assumed it was over between us when I had left Africa. Since coming back in my life, Ben had made some huge romantic gestures that I just couldn't ignore. I read Matt's message, noting that he agreed to dinner and offered to pick me up. I put my phone away and returned to Ben. We dined on lobster and salads while we lay in bed talking about everything under the sun. We were talking about the future and what that meant for each of us. It was nice for me to catch up with Ben. I hadn't realized how much I had missed him until now. Ben had ordered in strawberries and champagne, and I dined on them while we talked. We always laughed so easily together. That was one thing that was never forced between us. We always had such a good time together. I had never struggled to find good men in my life though. Some of my friends had some incredible disaster stories, and yet I never did. I regularly met good men who treated me well. In that way, I was very blessed. Falling in love was a pretty big deal for me, and being happy as well. If I had those things, then the rest was just a bonus for me. But that was what everyone wanted, right? To be happy and fall in love with an incredible person? As we lay side by side on the bed, I nuzzled up next to him and sipped my champagne. Now was as good as any time to feel him out about the future of our relationship. I needed to make a decision about my life, and knowing where Ben's head was at would be a great help. "So Ben, what are we doing here?" "What do you mean?" I chuckled. "I'm asking you if you see this, I mean us, going anywhere." "Oh man, are we having the talk? Really?" Surprised, I looked up at him, confused by his tone. "What's going on, Ben? Is there a problem with discussing us?" "Well, I'm just a little surprised you're bringing it up right now. We're having a good time. Why do we have to define it right now?" My stomach felt like there was a piece of lead inside of it. I wasn't sure if I should continue the talk. It was already going so poorly as it was. "I hope you're joking." "Well, I didn't mean it that way." "Okay, so explain yourself. How did you mean it?" He looked down at me, and I didn't see anything good in his face. I was a little shocked because I believed that all his grand gestures had really meant something. But it looked as if his playboy ways had not disappeared, and now I was paying the price for it. I had been stupid to think that he wanted more than another roll in the hay. I just have a lot going on right now, especially with the trial coming up. I'm not even sure what's going on with that yet. I don't think it's a good time to get serious with anyone. I love spending time with you, Katie, don't get me wrong. It's just I don't see any reason why we need to rush things. I hope that doesn't upset you. I wasn't sure how to take his answer at all. It wasn't like I was expecting to be engaged or anything like that, but I doubted that either of our lives was so hectic that an exclusive relationship was out of the question. The fact that he had come looking for me at all, it should have meant something, and it turned out that it was just him showing off and nothing more. All I could do was stare at him, speechless. I didn't have any words to explain to him how I was feeling. He looked slightly alarmed, probably because he realized I didn't like a thing coming out of his mouth. "Sweetheart, I'm not trying to upset you. It's not that I don't want more, because I do. I just don't see why we can't take things slow for now. I've never been in a long-term relationship before, and it's a lot to take in. Seriously, how old are you? His mouth dropped open. What? The way you're talking, it's like you're some college student not wanting to make a commitment to his college gal. It's ridiculous that you're afraid of commitment at your age. The words stung him, but I didn't care. It was ridiculous that I even had to hear these things, and I had a sudden urge to slap him across the face. I had given him more than my body on that trip. I had allowed him inside my heart, and for what? So that we could take it slow, because it was a lot for him to take in? I wasn't sure why I had allowed myself to get close to him again. Why? So I could be hurt all over again. I should have left Ben in the past where he belonged. It's clear to me that we are not on the same page and we're looking for different things. Had I known how you felt, I wouldn't have come to Paris with you. I thought when you came looking for me that it meant something special. It was special. What exactly do you want here? A ring? His words stung like a slap, and I felt my blood boiling. How dare he treat me as if I had unreasonable expectations? Don't let your ego get too out of control there, Ben. I wasn't looking for a ring. I just thought that I mattered to you. He was speechless, and I felt a small victory. I no longer feel comfortable spending the night with you. Can you arrange for another room? Are you serious? Katie, please. Don't, Ben. Just make the arrangements. Katie, don't you think you might be overreacting a little bit? Come on. It's pretty simple. We want different things. I'm sorry, I don't want to continue seeing you after tonight. You may want to take things slow, but I'm ready for something with some staying power. His mouth formed a thin line, and he got up to make a call to the front desk. I started packing my things, so I wouldn't have to come and collect them the next morning. I quickly dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, knowing someone would be arriving to collect my bags. I felt sad inside, but didn't know what else to do. I wanted more, and he wasn't ready for it. He didn't say a word to me as I packed, and I knew the thought of me sleeping apart from him was eating him up inside. I knew the very thought probably made him insane. I'll meet you in the lobby in the morning so we can catch our flight, I said as I walked toward the door. He nodded just as the elevator opened into the penthouse. An attendant came in and collected my things. I took one more look at Ben before heading to my new room. Changing rooms, however, didn't make anything any easier. I didn't sleep a wink that night. Back in New York, I was unpacking from my trip, feeling very uneasy about everything. It was important for me to have everything unpacked before I began my evening, as I hated coming back to disorganization. I had dinner plans with Matt, and I was torn up about it, confusion mixing my thoughts up into a mess. Originally, I had planned on letting Matt down easy while I worked on a future with Ben, but that had crashed and burned with very little warning. I didn't understand how I could have been so wrong about Ben, that I had read the situation so wrong. I thought he'd returned for me because he couldn't live without me, but that hadn't been the case at all. Nothing had turned out the way I'd envisioned it. I couldn't believe he'd gone to so much trouble just to have a little fun. But I supposed for a billionaire, it probably didn't seem like such a big deal to whisk a girl off to Paris or send her expensive presents. I had looked too much into it, and that was my own fault. I had misunderstood what he wanted from me, and it made me feel like a fool. Sleeping apart from Ben that final night had been devastating. The few days we'd spent together had been incredible, and I didn't understand why he didn't want more from me. I wasn't sure if I was being unreasonable, or if he was. I had cried myself to sleep that night, wondering if I was making a big mistake. In the end, I had expected him to come looking for me, to apologize, and he never came. It was his decision, and I had to accept that and move on. That wasn't where the torture had ended, unfortunately. I had to see him the next day, and fly back home with him. It wasn't a short flight either, and it had been incredibly awkward having him there with me. Neither of us spoke to each other the entire time. Ben clearly had a lot on his mind, but I would have been okay to speak to him and remain civil. It appeared as if he didn't want anything to do with me after I had walked out on him the night before. I guess it really had been just about intercourse for him. Either way, he was upset with me, and I didn't think that I had done anything wrong. I just wanted something more for my future, and he wasn't willing to give that to me. How else should I have reacted? When we did finally land at the airport, there were 2 limos waiting instead of 1, and we went our separate ways without another word to each other. I cried again on the way home, feeling more lost than ever. Since then, I had been a jumbled mess, and even considered canceling my dinner date with Matt. I wasn't really in the right state of mind to see anyone or make a decent decision. In the end, however, I decided against canceling on him, since I hadn't been very fair to him recently. I had no intention of being intimate with him, but I needed to talk to him and see how I felt around him. When the time came to go, I dressed quickly and headed down to the lobby of my building, where I knew he would be waiting to pick me up.
Chapter 13. Katie. 4 months later.
I was at an AIDS fundraiser, and the room was jam-packed with people all around. I was weeks away from my wedding, and it was the only thing that occupied my mind. I was trying to focus on the event, but all I was thinking about was the dress I had designed for my wedding. It was almost ready, and I was excited to see myself in it. "My gosh, your butt looks great in that dress, Katie." Shocked, I turned to see the man behind the comment, and my mouth dropped to the floor. Ben was there, standing right behind me, and seeing him caused my breath to catch. It pissed me off that he was still as handsome as the last time I'd seen him. Why did he have such a hold on me still? Just seeing him there made my heart beat out of my chest. Is that any way to talk to a lady? I just wanted to catch your attention, that's all. Ben had always been that dreamy guy that you couldn't get enough of, and that didn't seem to change no matter how long we stayed away from each other. He had an easy smile that always made me feel safe, even though it was the last feeling I should have around him. I suddenly wished that I had insisted that Matt come to the event, even though he had to work. I hadn't expected Ben to be there, otherwise I would have. "What are you doing here, Ben? Aside from letting you know you have a great ass? I would think that would be obvious." I rolled my eyes. "I hope you aren't here for me. I'm an engaged woman now, soon to be married. The wedding is in a few weeks." His eyes narrowed at me. Yes, I had heard something like that through the grapevine. "You don't think you might be rushing into things? You couldn't have been dating more than a few months, unless you were with him while we were together." I wasn't. Not that I have to explain any of that to you. You don't need to be so hostile toward me, Katie. I'm not here to hurt you. Ben moved in closer to me, and suddenly my heart started to beat faster than I was comfortable with. He was currently invading my space, and it made me feel a little unsteady. I don't mean to be hostile, but we didn't leave each other on the best of terms. My fault, I know. I was a little upset at your departure. I nodded, unsure of what else there was to say. Do you want to go somewhere and talk? I promise you won't regret it. He was whispering in my ear and chills ran up my spine. How did he still have such an effect on me after all this time? It puzzled me to no end. I pushed him away from me, and I was finally able to catch my breath. No thanks. I think I would like to stay with the party. He chuckled, and I couldn't help but enjoy the twinkle he had in his eyes when he focused them on me. Ben moved toward me, and I took a step back, feeling confused. He was still smiling, as if he was a predator seeking out his prey. You're not curious as to what I might have to say? No. I can't imagine what you could say to me at this point. What's done is done. Have a drink with me. Come on, we're both in a room full of strangers. I don't think that's a very good idea. Ben moved in close to me again, and I wondered if I was going to be okay. He had a problem with personal space, and it was affecting me greatly. Chills went up my spine as his hand grazed my cheek. My skin tingled when he lifted his hand away. My throat felt dry, and I was rendered completely speechless. I think you get more beautiful every time I see you, Katie. I was having a hard time thinking. I wasn't sure what had come over me, but I knew that being around Ben in any manner was a bad idea. I couldn't allow myself to get sucked in by him. I had always loved the way he talked to me, but those days were over and I needed to move on with my life. I was getting married, for goodness sake. I shouldn't even be having a conversation with Ben. What would Matt think? Ben must have had a ton of eligible women around him all the time. Women who would die to be on his arm even if it was for just one night, so why did he keep coming back for me? It was maddening having a man pursue me when I had no idea what he wanted from me. We were on totally different pages all the time, and yet he kept coming back into my life. It had to end. His hand slid to the small of my back, warm and sure, and the breath caught in my throat. We could burn together, Katie, he murmured against my ear, his voice low and tempting. If you just stop fighting it. His fingers curved over my hip and then to the curve of my backside, giving the lightest squeeze. A pulse of heat shot through me, uninvited, unwelcome, and I gasped. That was the last straw. I pushed him away, harder than I meant to. His arm jerked, and the drink in his hand tipped. Liquid splashed straight down the front of my dress. My heart dropped. "Oh no," Ben muttered. I stared down at the spreading stain, horror freezing me in place. Anger followed, sharp, instant. "You are such an idiot. How could you?" My voice trembled with fury. Ben spun, grabbing napkins from a nearby table. He returned and started blotting at my chest like he actually had the right. I snatched the napkin out of his hand and glared. The heat in my face was part rage, part humiliation. "What are you doing? Look at my dress. And now you decide to put your hands on me?" He had the nerve to laugh under his breath. "Relax. I wasn't trying to cop a feel. I feel awful about the drink. I was trying to help." "Oh, wonderful. Truly. Thank goodness you were here to ruin the night before it even began." I looked down at the ruined fabric and felt my throat tighten. "I'm going to have to go home now. This is a disaster. You are driving me absolutely insane." His lips curved, half apology, half something else entirely. "That might not be the worst thing." "Ben." I pressed a hand to my forehead, incredulous. "Just leave me alone. I mean it." For a moment his expression shifted, something like regret, something like hunger, before he stepped back, giving me space. But neither of us could pretend the air between us hadn't changed. He grabbed my arm, and it took my attention away from the dress. "Katie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to spill the drink on you. I would never want to ruin your night." "Well, did you think it was appropriate to grab my ass? I'm not a single woman any longer. I thought you might like it. You used to like it. I just can't imagine you marrying that guy." I couldn't help but shake my head. He really was trying to make me lose my mind, that much was obvious. I had never seen anyone more confident than Ben, and for some stupid reason it was still so appealing to me. There was some weird gravitational pull between us, and I couldn't deny it even if I wanted to. It didn't help that he was an exceptionally good-looking man. But the moment he opened his mouth, I felt like slapping him. I had no idea how it felt to walk around so self-assured all the time, but Ben had it down to a T. He wasn't fazed at all by the fact that I was so unimpressed with him. "Aren't you going to congratulate me on my acquittal?" I softened a bit when he said that. "I actually saw that on the news. Congratulations. I was very happy to see that you were going to be okay." "Thank you." Ben brushed my hair behind my ear and I looked up at him with surprise. His touch was like having electricity move through my body. I never felt that way with Matt. With him it was always about feeling safe, and that was the way you wanted to feel with your spouse, right? I looked up into his eyes, and my breathing became labored. My heart started beating fast in my chest, and my dress was all but forgotten. I needed him to back off, to give me some space. I was overwhelmed by Ben, especially having him so close to me. "Look, you need to stop touching me. What's wrong with you? You can't just put your hands on me whenever you want." He smiled, and the way he was looking at me stopped me from speaking. "I always loved how sassy you were. I miss that." "Oh please Ben, spare me." "I do." I threw my hands up in the air, feeling beyond frustrated with him. He laughed. "Look, I can help you with the dress. There is no reason you have to leave. Come on, I have an idea. We'll fix that dress if I have to suck every last drop out of it." I couldn't believe the things that came out of his mouth. I couldn't help but laugh. Ben grabbed my hand and led me through groups of people. I blushed furiously at the thought that people were seeing me so unhinged, and with a cocktail down the front of me no less. I knew I needed to get away from Ben as quickly as possible. He was trouble, and I shouldn't be going anywhere with him. How had I managed to get tangled up with him again, in a matter of minutes? He always seemed to have such a power over me that I just followed him wherever he went. We slipped into the hallway, and Ben still held my hand as if he was saving me from something. It wasn't long before we found the women's bathroom, and we slipped inside. I really don't think I need you in here, Ben. What if someone walks in? I pulled my hand from his and instantly felt the absence of it. It made me feel sad that there was a level of longing there still. I sighed deeply and watched him as he turned on the tap and tested the temperature. He then grabbed some paper towels and dampened them enough they wouldn't make my dress any worse than it was, which was saying a lot. The stain wasn't that horrible, at least he hadn't been drinking Coke. I watched as he dabbed lightly on my dress, and I almost smiled as he did so. No, I was not going to let myself get pulled in by him again. The stain was actually disappearing, but now my dress was wet, which wasn't much better. It looked terrible, and I felt tears spring up in my eyes. The stain is gone, thank you. I told you it would work out. It's wet, Ben. I can't go out like this. He took a look around the bathroom and smiled. I looked to where he was looking and couldn't help but smile with him. This will work, he said. You're brilliant. I know, he said with a wink. He pulled me over to the dryer and pushed the button. Hot air blasted onto the dress, and I watched as it started to dry. I had to give him some credit for the quick thinking. I couldn't be happier that the issue was being solved. I had just arrived at the party and didn't want to return home so early. I was hoping to enjoy myself and do some good for a great cause. I was determined to enjoy myself, whether Ben was there to annoy me or not. It's working, thank God. You're lucky, because I was going to kill you. Right, that wouldn't have been good. You're welcome though. I'm glad I could help. I hope the dress isn't ruined. I was about to answer him when I felt his warmth behind me. He was so close that I could feel his breath against my neck. His mouth was close to my ear when he whispered, "There's just something about you, Katie. I go nuts when I'm around you. Being near you feels right, I know you can feel it too." My eyes fluttered closed, and the heat from his body so close to mine ignited a fire inside of me. I felt dizzy, and when his hands found their way to my ass, I thought I might faint. So firm. I gasped. I did not want to be feeling this way with him, but my body felt completely different. I wanted to be consumed by him in every way. One minute I had been appalled by what he did to my dress, and the next I was okay with his hands on my body. I shuddered beneath his touch, and allowed myself to feel everything my body was telling me. I was burning up, and I could barely stand it. There was a throb between my legs that I hadn't felt in some time. Things were just different between Matt and me, not bad, just not all-consuming. That was a good thing though. I didn't need to feel like I was in another world all the time. Matt was someone that would keep me safe no matter what. And what's more, Matt actually wanted me, all the time, not just when it was convenient. I tried to shake off the sensations coursing through my body, and listen to my head. I needed to stop things before they got out of control. I did not want to be feeling anything for Ben. He was the one who had walked away from me, without a word. It had been his choice. He couldn't just keep coming back into my life, and confusing me like that. I had always been so attracted to him though, but where had that ever gotten me? I just continued to get hurt by him. I turned around suddenly, forcing his hands to leave my ass. He pushed me against the wall. "Ben, stop, we can't do this." It was like he didn't hear me, as he smiled and bent down to kiss me. His kiss was just how I remembered it to be, warm and inviting. I kissed him back, and felt the same passion and intensity between us. I had never felt so raw in all my life. He just opened me up again. We kept kissing, and those kisses were taking my breath away. I pushed against his chest, knowing that I had to put a stop to it. "Sweetheart, what's wrong? You feel so incredible." "It's too much, Ben. I can't do this, and you know that." "That's not true. You want this, I know you do. You are with the wrong man. How can you not see that?" He smiled as he bent down to me again. I had zero control at that moment, and I was losing the ability to care. I wanted to be consumed, and he was confusing me. Why was he so confident that I belonged with him, when he had yet to claim me? Would it be so bad to just let go with him, let him claim me? I could barely think straight anymore, and when he kissed me, I had to wonder if I had made the wrong choice. If Matt was the one, then how could I feel this intensity with another man? I couldn't remember the last time I had felt that way before, but it was a feeling I only ever thought about when Ben was around. I longed for the passion that I felt with Ben, but he was a loose cannon, someone I couldn't depend on. Ben's lips found mine again, slow and deliberate. I could smell his musky scent. It wrapped around me, dizzying and familiar. He cupped my chin and kissed me softly at first, then with more insistence. My heart pounded in my chest. His hands tangled in my hair, pulling me closer, until I could barely tell where I ended and he began. The kiss deepened, and I felt the rush of old memories, the spark we'd never really lost. A soft sound escaped me before I could stop it. Every touch set my nerves alight. His palms skimmed my back, tracing small circles that made me shiver. The space between us vanished, and all I could feel was him, steady, warm, and dangerously close. "You make me insane, Katie," he murmured against my skin. "You have no idea what you do to me." His words jolted me back to reality. My mind fought to catch up with my racing heartbeat. What was I doing? I glanced toward the door, fear and adrenaline twisting inside me. Anyone could walk in. For a moment, I froze. The part of me that missed him wanted to stay right there, to let the moment continue. But then I heard voices outside the door, laughter, footsteps, and it broke the spell. "Wait," I whispered. "Someone's out there." He stopped instantly, his breath uneven. The sound of the doorknob turning sent a surge of panic through me. I stepped back, my face flushed. "I can't," my voice trembled. "This isn't right." Before he could say another word, I pushed past him and hurried out. I nearly collided with a woman coming in, mumbled something, and kept going. Straight through the hallway, out of the hotel, and into the cool night air. My pulse was still racing, and I hated how shaken I felt. Angry at him. Angry at myself. But most of all, angry that I still wanted him.
Chapter 14. Katie.
I woke up and lay there in bed, realizing that I was going to be getting married the next morning. My gosh, it had come quick, sneaking up on me when I had least expected it. One minute I had been single, and the next I was there, a day away from getting married. I couldn't believe how time had flown, though we hadn't had a long engagement at all. In fact, it had been only a few months. It was just what we had wanted. I had wondered, though, if maybe a longer engagement would have been better, so I had a clearer picture of my future. What had happened between Ben and me at the AIDS benefit had confused me more than ever. I had stayed up all night tossing and turning. I couldn't figure out what had happened between us, or why I was so connected to Ben. I didn't have that feeling with Matt, and that was what kept me up at night. I worried that maybe there was something wrong with our relationship. I knew that I loved Matt, but did I love someone else more? We just didn't have the same kind of intense physical and mental connection as I did with Ben. Was that a bad thing? Or was it just something that lots of people learn to live without? I wasn't sure. It had bothered me for days, until I got back into the groove of my daily routine and just chose not to think about it any longer. I crawled out of bed and started to get ready. I dressed quickly, knowing that I had to get going. I had a lot to accomplish that day, to get myself ready to be married the next day. I had all kinds of nervous butterflies in my stomach, and it made me a little uneasy. I hadn't heard from Ben again after the AIDS benefit. That was typical, though. It continued to baffle me more and more, how he was able to just come and go. I had no idea what he wanted from me. If it wasn't love, then what continued to pull him to me all the time? In Paris, he just wanted things to be casual, which was something he could have with anyone, so why did he keep coming back to me? It wasn't fair to me. I felt lost with him, and the fact that he continued to leave without answering left me confused. Technically, I was the one that had walked out on him the last time in the bathroom, but it wouldn't have been hard for him to come and find me and explain himself. But just like after Paris, I never heard back from him. So what did it all mean? Had he been coming back for me once and for all, or was he still hoping for a casual arrangement with me? It was something that plagued my mind. I would have loved to have had some closure from him before I married Matt, but sometimes you just never got what you wanted in life. I would be marrying the man I loved tomorrow, whether I got closure or not. I just wished I had some idea about what was going through his mind, and why he sought me out. He had told me that I was with the wrong guy, which implied that he wanted me to be with him. But did he really, or was I just some prize that he was trying to win? Ben could be very territorial at times, and knowing that I was marrying another man could be all it took for him to start sniffing around me again. I had no evidence that Ben felt anything but lust for me, and that was why I chose to go ahead with my wedding despite what happened at the AIDS benefit. I would need to tell Ben at some point that he could not come around any longer. He was just causing trouble, and I didn't want anything to get in the way of my future marriage or happiness with Matt. Whether I liked it or not, I would need to remove Ben from my life forever. After a long day of rushing around like a chicken with my head cut off, I was back at my apartment trying to wind down from all the excitement. All the last-minute details were organized, and now all I wanted to do was relax. I was thoroughly exhausted. I probably should have had the bridesmaids handle the last-minute arrangements, but I was a bit of a perfectionist when it came to these things, so I handled it all on my own. All I wanted now was a peaceful night at home with a bottle of wine. Tomorrow, I would be marrying the man I loved and starting our future together. I had to say no to my bridal party's idea of taking me out for the night. I wasn't into all of the bachelorette party hooplas. I didn't want to be out all night, nor did I want to wake up on my wedding day tired and hungover. It just wasn't worth it to me. They had offered to just take me out for dinner, but I wasn't in the mood for it. I just wanted to spend some time with myself and reflect on the future. Having a couple of glasses of wine would be the perfect relaxation to get me ready for my big day. I wouldn't have much more time in the apartment anyway. In a few weeks, I would officially be moving in with Matt. I would miss my place after having been there for many years, but once the honeymoon was over, I would be living with my husband. I just wanted to enjoy some time alone in my apartment before I had to say goodbye to all the memories I had accumulated there. I opened the bottle and poured some wine into a glass. Taking a sip from it, I wondered if we had rushed into getting married. Matt had wanted to do it right away, even suggesting to me that we elope immediately. I wasn't into the idea. It is my first wedding and all. I wanted to have all my friends and family in attendance. I knew my father would have been quite upset had I gone off and eloped. The only thing I could suggest to Matt was that we plan a wedding that could happen right away. We were only engaged for a few months before I started to plan a wedding that would happen in another month's time. Now that I was thinking about it, I wondered why Matt had been so anxious to tie the knot. Had he been afraid of losing me even back then? I couldn't imagine it. He hadn't even known about Ben at that point. So in the end, I had agreed to a quickie wedding and hired a wedding planner to get the job done. We sent out the wedding invitations immediately, and they started coming back just as quickly. My parents had accepted Matt immediately because they saw the things in him that I had seen when I met him. They believed in his character and thought I had made a wonderful choice in a partner. At the time it hadn't seemed rushed, but now I wasn't so sure that it had been the best course of action. It wasn't that I didn't love Matt, because I did, wholeheartedly, but my recent encounter with Ben had made me question a lot of things. Why did I still react to him that way? That was what worried me the most. I didn't like the fact that another man could make me react with such intensity that I was powerless in his arms. That should be the kind of reaction I got from my husband, shouldn't it? I sat on my couch sipping wine and thinking about the wonderful future that Matt and I could have. I just needed to focus on that, and everything would work out just the way it was supposed to. The wedding would be flawless, and I had very little I needed to worry about on the day, because it was all in the hands of the wedding planner. After the wedding, we would be flying off to Spain for our honeymoon. I had never been to Spain before, and I couldn't be more excited about our little adventure there. It was so exciting that I could barely stand to wait. It would be a great start to us, creating our own memories for our future. I was making the right decision, I just knew it. I looked up in surprise when there was a knock on the door. I had no idea who would show up the night before my wedding, unannounced. I had made it clear to Matt that he was not to come and see me before the wedding, so I knew that it wasn't him. Puzzled, I got up from the couch and headed for the door. I swung it open and wished that I had ignored it altogether. My mouth hit the floor, and I couldn't believe my luck. "You have to be kidding me. What the hell are you doing here?" Ben stood at the door, looking rather sheepish for a change. Not that it mattered, just the sight of him angered me in more ways than one. I debated slamming the door in his face, but decided against it. What was he thinking coming here? What if Matt had been here? I wondered if he knew it was the night before my wedding, because his timing was truly epic. "Can we talk?" Why the hell not, right, Ben? You must be kidding me here. I can't believe the absolute nerve of you. I stomped back into my apartment, leaving him standing at the door. I plopped down on the couch and drank half of the glass of wine that I had poured earlier. He stepped inside, and I realized I was shaking all over. I couldn't remember a time when I was angrier. The fact that he had shown up at my place like that drove me insane. The thing that made me the angriest, however, was the fact that I realized as soon as I saw him on the other side of the door that I was in love with him. He continued to stand there, not saying a thing, and it was starting to nag at me. "I suggest you start talking before I kick you out." He sighed deeply, looking sadder than ever. I had never seen him in such a state. Usually, he was overly confident around me. "I love you, Katie. I always have. I've just been so stupid." For a moment, I thought I might throw up. I couldn't believe what was happening right before my eyes on the eve of my wedding day. It was preposterous. "Don't you dare say that to me now. How could you?" "I'm sorry, baby. I really am. I'm a mess and this is all my fault. But it's true, I think I've loved you since the moment I met you." "Oh my gosh. Do you realize this is the night before my wedding day? How could you be so selfish? Why are you doing this to me?" "I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm just trying not to lose the best thing that has ever happened to me. I've been fighting my feelings for so long as I tried to navigate my life and the company. I'm an idiot, and I know that. I almost lost my mind when I saw your wedding announcement. You can't marry this guy, Katie." Tears sprang up in my eyes. "Stop this. I know I'm a complete idiot for doing this, but don't go through with something that's a mistake. You don't have to. Be with me. I will take care of you. I tried to let you go, but I can't do it any longer. I need you, Katie." My heart was beating out of my chest, and I was so angry that I thought I would tear the room apart. How could he do this to me? I had tried to be with him so many times, and he had failed me over and over again. How could he ask this of me now? I screamed at him, my face burning. "Why couldn't you have come back months ago? Why didn't you come to me after the AIDS benefit? Honestly, Ben, what the hell is wrong with you?" He shrugged, at a loss for words himself. "Don't marry him," he whispered. "Why not? He loves me, and I love him too. He wanted to take care of me when you were too busy being casual with me. You didn't want the whole package with me, you just wanted fun. Now that I'm about to be married, you want to come back? Why? So that you can leave again when you grow bored? I could never grow bored of you. We have a real connection, Katie, you know that. And yet it wasn't strong enough for you to stay with me. You can't marry him. It wouldn't be fair to him. You can't deny that you love me too, maybe more than him. How could you marry another man when you have such strong feelings for me? You don't know the first thing about being fair, Ben. I was shaking my head, completely disgusted with him. We stood there in front of each other, just staring the other down. Ben stood there calmly while my heart was thrashing around in my ribcage. I tried to control my emotions, but it wasn't easy. He was right, I did love him, but he was not a stable partner at all. I would always worry that he would leave me, and I didn't need that kind of person in my life. Tears streamed down my face. How could you do this, Ben? He shook his head slowly. I have no explanation, no good one anyway. I'm sorry I messed up. There's nothing else I can say. But it will never happen again, I promise you. I should never have let you walk out of my life in Paris. It was the worst mistake of my life. I thought I had the time to figure things out, you know? I would never have thought you would be engaged a few months after Paris. Has it not occurred to you that you may have rushed into it? Maybe that's my fault as well. I felt angry all over again. I was furious that he was questioning my decision, even though I had wondered about it myself. I just didn't want him to have the satisfaction of knowing that. I don't think we're rushing things at all. Matt is a great guy. He knows how to treat a woman properly. No, he rushed this in order to trap you. There's no other reason why he would get married within a few months of meeting you. He just doesn't want you to change your mind, and you will. I guarantee it. You guys don't have what we do. How do you know? I know. I know because of how you kiss me. Stop it. He's not trapping me. You guys have only been engaged a few months. How well do you even know him? That doesn't matter. We fell in love and that won't change. He narrowed his gaze at me, and I knew that I had hurt him. I could tell he wanted to say more, but was worried he might go too far and push me away. I knew that the thought of me being in love with someone else probably made him crazy. I wasn't sure how I would feel if I found out that Ben was marrying someone else, but I doubted that I would feel warm and fuzzy about it. Tell me that you don't love me, he said. I need you to leave. This is too much for me. It doesn't matter how I feel about you. I told another man that I would marry him, and I won't go back on that promise. Not for someone who has left me so many times. Choose me instead, marry me instead, Katie. I love you and I need you to change your mind. I swallowed hard as I stared at him. My mind was doing flip-flops, and my heart was trying to rip itself out of my chest and reach for him. I wanted him, I knew that much, but I also knew I couldn't trust him, and that was a pretty big deal to me. There was a large part of me that wanted to run off with him, but I couldn't allow myself to be that foolish. I didn't want to give up everything, only to have him change his mind on me again. I would not survive being left again. I needed to protect my heart. Ben, I chose you already, a few times actually. I was going to tell Matt that things were over between us after Paris, and look what you pulled. Then again at the AIDS benefit, I never heard from you again after that. You said you weren't ready for me, and I don't know that you ever will be. Matt wants me now. So you're going to marry another man when you are in love with me? He yelled, causing me to flinch. I love him. So how are you going to love him with all your heart when part of it is with me? Tears filled my eyes again. That will go away eventually. I doubt that very much. I can feel the chemistry right now between us. You can't deny it, Katie. I don't care. It's too late. You waited too long. Please, Katie, don't do this. We could have been something great, Ben, and I did try to be with you. But I won't hurt Matt when I can't trust you to stay. You belong with me. My mind began to fog up again, and my heart was in so much pain over him. I was torn, but I knew I couldn't allow my heart to make my decisions any longer. I had tried that already, and it didn't work. I needed to get him out of my apartment. I couldn't have this conversation any longer. If Matt decided to come and surprise me anyway, everything would go up in a cloud of smoke once he saw Ben there. I couldn't risk it. Maybe that's what Ben was hoping for all along. I need you to go now, Ben. I can't do this anymore. Katie, please. He was begging now, and it broke my heart. I took a deep breath, willing myself to stay strong. I'm marrying Matt tomorrow. I've made my decision, and you need to respect that. It's time for you to go. Ben turned from me without another word and walked out the door. He didn't slam it, but instead, he closed it silently. I went to the door and locked it behind him. I pressed my forehead against the cool wood and prayed that I was making the right decision. Goodbye, Ben, I whispered.
Chapter 15. Katie.
Ben and I returned from a walk in the park with smiles on our faces. The day had been bright and magical, and I couldn't remember the last time I had felt so happy. There was just something about being around him that completed me in a way that nothing else could. As soon as we walked into the apartment, Ben whisked me into his arms and kissed me deeply. All I could think about throughout my day was how badly I wanted to be in Ben's arms, and it always came true. We were going to be married shortly, and I couldn't wait to be Mrs. Ben Donovan. It would be the best day of my life, and it couldn't come fast enough. Being his wife felt like something I had been dreaming about for so long, and it was about to come true. We were already kissing by the time we reached my door, the kind of desperate, breathless kissing that makes you forget where you are entirely. I could barely get the key into the lock because Ben's lips were on my neck, warm and hungry, his hands already at my waist. Every time he touched me, my whole body reacted, every nerve lit up. The door finally opened, and we stumbled inside, still clinging to each other. I grabbed his face and kissed him again, deep, slow, claiming him. I brushed my teeth lightly over his lower lip, and he gave a low sound deep in his chest, like he couldn't get enough of me. Katie, he murmured, voice rough with desire, I am going to make you feel so good you lose your breath. A shiver thrilled through me. I love when you say my name. He smiled like he already knew what he did to me. Yes. It sounds right when I speak it. He lifted me easily, strong hands supporting me as I held on to him. He carried me to the bedroom and laid me down gently, like I was something precious he planned to devour slowly. He kissed me again, not wild this time, but deep in meaning, full of heat that ignited everything inside me. But something caught in my chest and I pulled back, searching his eyes. Why do you like me? He paused, still above me, his breathing uneven. Katie, are we asking this now? Yes. If you want me, you answer. He laughed softly and brushed his knuckles along my cheek. It's because you're more than beauty. You care about the work you do. You think, you try, you push yourself. You are strength and heart wrapped together. You're not interested in being someone's decoration. You stand on your own. That's why. My breath softened. Good answer. I love you, he whispered. And I love you, I whispered back. His mouth returned to mine, slow, warm, deliberate, all lips and breath and longing. We undressed each other piece by piece, not in haste but with a kind of reverence, discovering skin as though for the first time. When he stood before me, nothing between us, I let myself truly see him, strong, real, familiar in every way that mattered. I lay back, heart racing, the air between us humming. His hands traced the lines of my body, his lips following the path of my jaw and down the curve of my neck. Every touch sent small tremors through me, every breath between us deepened the ache of wanting him close. Matt, I whispered, my voice trembling. Not yet, he murmured, his voice steady and low. Let me have this moment with you. He moved over me slowly, his body fitting perfectly against mine. The closeness made it hard to breathe, harder still to think. Every shift, every sigh, felt like the world had narrowed to the rhythm of our hearts. You feel incredible, he breathed, his forehead resting against mine. We moved together, finding the pace that belonged only to us, not rushed, not wild, just right. There was a tenderness in it, a kind of wordless understanding. He held me close, his hand at my back, as if he never wanted to let go. My breath caught, and I clung to him, the sensations building and breaking like a tide I couldn't resist. "Stay with me," he whispered. "I am," I breathed, my voice shaking. "I'm here." The world seemed to dissolve around us. No past, no future, just that moment of absolute connection. When it was over, he gathered me into his arms, our breathing still uneven, the room wrapped in quiet warmth. "That," I whispered, smiling faintly, "was everything." He brushed his lips against my forehead.
"Yes," he said softly.
"It was." I curled into his chest, feeling safe, seen, and deeply known, as if every unspoken promise between us had been sealed in that moment. And as I drifted there, wrapped in his arms, I couldn't help but feel that, for now, he was home.
Chapter 16. Katie.
I awoke suddenly from the dream and felt empty inside. I turned to find that I was in the arms of my husband, Matt. I had been having the same dream about Ben for weeks, and I needed it to end. It was slowly driving me insane. Dreaming about Ben made me feel more alone than ever. I hated it, in fact. It was the last thing that I wanted to do, and I didn't understand why I kept having the same dream. It was a little humiliating, to say the least. Matt and I had been married now for almost 6 months. I had expected our marital bliss to last so much longer, why wouldn't it? But things had not been going well between us, and I wasn't sure what to do about it. I couldn't figure out why things were falling apart for us, but it had happened rather quickly. Too quickly. Then the dreams started occurring, and I had to believe it was because my happiness was disappearing. It just made me wonder if I had really made the right decision all those months ago. Maybe I should have chosen Ben and believed in the spark we had. I just hadn't expected my marriage to start falling apart so soon, or ever for that matter. I had every reason to believe that we were a good match, and we loved each other, so what was happening to us? Matt and I had been happy, blissfully so, for a while, which was why things were so confusing to me. After the wedding, we had gone on our honeymoon and had the time of our lives. It had been one adventure after another, and I had loved every moment I had spent with him. Upon our return, we made arrangements for me to move into his studio apartment, and things were official. We quickly fell into a routine together, and I couldn't have been happier about it. At first, it had been a little bittersweet for me to leave my own apartment. There were so many memories there. Not to mention, it was the first real thing I had of my own, that I had acquired on my own. Selling it was not only a sign of a fresh start for my future, but also an end of an era, and that's what made me sad. I was so used to being on my own, happily independent, and now things were just different. Despite having to sell my apartment and move in with Matt, I had been ecstatic about the future. Who knew what was in store for us? My business was doing well, and we were newlyweds. Although I had moved into his studio apartment, we weren't planning on staying there. I had always wanted a home of my own, a house to raise a family in. Once we returned, we had started to make arrangements to find the home of our dreams. Matt hired a real estate agent, and the hunt was on. It didn't take long at all before we had found a great place in the country. It was quite the grand colonial structure, the kind of home I had always dreamed of living in. It even came with a guest house in the back, so people could come and stay with us and we would still have our own privacy. There were a lot of acres to the property, and the backyard was built for entertaining guests. The best part of the home was the studio inside that I could use for my designs. There would be times that I wouldn't have to drive into the city. I could just work from home. I could create without distraction and have my designs come to life in the comfort of my own home. I lay in bed, thinking about when we had moved into our home, and how happy we had been together. I felt sad thinking that I may have made a huge mistake. After we had moved into the house, we were blissfully in love for about a month before things started to change between us. I shook my head as I thought about it. Just a month. Maybe I had been a fool after all, to get married so quickly, without any thought to how well we really knew each other. Yes, we fell in love quickly, but would that love last a lifetime? I was no longer sure of that. I wasn't sure exactly when the change had suddenly occurred. One day, things were different. It was a little bizarre. It wasn't as if we'd had a huge fight. Nothing major even happened, things were just different for us. When I married Matt, I didn't question my love for him. He'd made me happy, and I had wanted to marry him. He was the perfect man, if there was such a thing. He was attentive and kind, and he bent over backward for me. I couldn't dispute the fact that he treated me like a goddess, which was really nice. I never felt scared around him, in fact he always made me feel safe. Not only that, but we shared a deep physical connection, so things between us certainly had been off to a good start. We had a good union, and although it wasn't that crazy feeling I used to get with Ben, it was built off something good and pure. It was enough for me. I could have done that my whole life. Yes, life had been pretty spectacular for a while. Unfortunately, those happy feelings didn't stay. I felt sick to my stomach thinking about how we'd gotten to this sad point. Things had changed so much between Matt and I over the past few months that I found my mind drifting back to Ben and what might have been. I knew it was wrong, and that I should be focusing on Matt, but he was really making it hard for me to do so. Matt had changed. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was definitely something off about him. In fact, there were times where I barely recognized the man I had married, and that scared me more than anything. It was too soon for us to be having these kinds of problems in our marriage. Wasn't the honeymoon stage supposed to last a whole year? Matt clearly hadn't gotten that memo, because things between us started to change almost immediately. It made me wonder if Ben had been right when he told me that Matt was just trying to lock me down, so he didn't lose me. Could that have been possible? I didn't even want to think about anything like that, and yet Matt had changed drastically since we married. Had it all been an act? Again, I couldn't be sure because I couldn't pinpoint when the changes had occurred, which made the situation all the more frightening. How could I have been so wrong about someone I loved so much? My judgment was rarely off when it came to meeting new people. In fact, it was usually on point. There wasn't a time I dated someone who I wasn't sure of from the beginning. Yet, I had managed to marry a man that I was beginning to believe I didn't know at all. Then there was Ben, the man I had always loved. I had turned my back on him because he had seemed such a flake at the time. He couldn't seem to make a decision about us, and it had driven me insane. If only he had come to me long before and expressed his love, things might have been different. Or maybe it was my fault all along for not accepting his love when he finally did give it to me. I was so torn up inside wondering where I had gone wrong, and whether or not I had chosen the right man. But the fact remained that things had gone sour between Matt and I wasn't sure that it could be reversed. We'd had a perfect marriage together for about a month. We had gone to all sorts of lavish parties and events, giving off the impression that we were the perfect couple, and we were. Or at least I had thought so. Matt often had to make appearances at football games, and I had reveled in the excitement and energy of those games. It had been thrilling to see his life, to learn how his job worked. Together we had made one hell of a great team. Then one day out of the blue everything just changed. Matt started asking me questions about Ben. At first it had taken me off guard, and then it became worrisome. The questions made him angry, and the answers rarely satisfied him. He wanted to know everything about our relationship, even though I had insisted to him that none of it mattered any longer. Matt wanted to know why we had ended our relationship and how long we had been together. He even wanted to know how many times we'd had intercourse together. I had scoffed at those questions, but it only made him believe I was trying to hide things from him. I couldn't understand his obsession with one of my past romantic partners. It all seemed to come out of nowhere. When the questions became too personal, I refused to answer them, which would completely set him off. I insisted that my past with Ben shouldn't matter to him, and that he was obsessing over it for nothing. Matt was sure that I was still hung up on my ex, even though I had not seen or heard from Ben since he had shown up at my apartment the night before the wedding. It was madness, and his accusations were starting to eat away at our relationship. I had begged Matt to drop it all and allow us to be happy without worrying about the past, but he just couldn't seem to let it go. There would be times when he never spoke of it, and I'd think he'd finally let it go, but then it would creep back in, and the next thing I knew, he would be asking me questions all over again. The process had become exhausting for me. His insecurities over Ben were destroying our marriage. The badgering from Matt became so hostile that I started canceling event invitations and avoiding galas altogether. I worried that on one of those occasions, I would end up running into Ben while I was with Matt, and there would be a scene. I couldn't even think of anything more embarrassing, and I wanted to avoid it at all costs. I had seen Ben a few times on the news in the past few months, and his philanthropy crusades were well known in the city. There would be a good chance of running into him if I went to an event. Seeing Ben on the news made me wonder if Matt had seen him around as well. Maybe the fact that Ben was so visible in the media had sparked Matt's curiosity on the subject. It was obvious, however, that my husband didn't trust me one bit, and that was something I had a hard time living with. In the end, I had been completely honest with Matt about the relationship I'd had with Ben, in the hopes that he would finally be able to let it go. I just wanted us to be happy, and I had hoped that once he knew everything, he would come back to me in the way that he used to. Unfortunately, as I had suspected before, it only made the situation worse. I had been trying ever since to make him happy, and to forget that there was ever another man. It wasn't like I had cheated on him, so I felt his anger toward the situation was completely unwarranted. I was waiting for Matt to return home from work. I had some exciting news to share with him, and I hoped that it would change everything between us. That was all I wanted, to get my marriage back on track and have the love of my life back. If things didn't change soon, we would be finished. I couldn't live that way. I hadn't done anything wrong, and yet I felt like I was being punished for something. I was in the kitchen whipping up some salmon with a salad for dinner when Matt came through the door from work. He stepped into the kitchen, and he smiled warmly when he saw me. It made me feel like maybe things were going to be okay. I always loved his smile, especially when it was directed at me. It looked like we might have a good night after all. "Katie, you look ravishing. How was your day, my dear?" I smiled as he came around the kitchen island to kiss me on the lips. "My day was wonderful, thank you. Things are going well in the studio. My new designs are almost ready to showcase, and I was able to get home on time to make my special man a delicious dinner." He chuckled. "It smells terrific." He handed me a box and I looked down at it, confused. "What is it?" "It's me telling you that I'm sorry. I don't want to lose you, Katie, and I've been a fool lately. Matt, you know I love you. I just want things to go back to the way they were. I miss how things were." "I know. I've just been upset with your involvement with Ben. I thought maybe you wanted him more than me, that you regretted marrying me. I'm worried that you're going to leave me and go back to him. I realize, though, that it would be my own behavior that caused that. I haven't been very nice to you lately." Tears started to stream down my face. This is what I had been waiting to hear from him. "Oh, Katie, I'm sorry. Please don't cry. This is all my fault. I'm the one that pushed you away, and I just hope that I can fix things now." I looked back down at the box and opened it to find a diamond bracelet inside. He wrapped me in his arms and held me tight. We parted for a kiss, and I hoped that this would be a new beginning for us. "I also have some good news to share with you." "Oh, and what's that?" He smiled at me, with curiosity sparkling in his eyes. I took a deep breath and said, "I'm pregnant." Shock marked his face. I almost laughed at the sight of it. He definitely didn't expect that one. He started to laugh along with me. "Wow, you definitely did catch me by surprise with that one." I hurriedly asked, "But it's okay, right? You're happy?" "Of course I am, sweetheart. I just didn't expect it, that's all. This is wonderful news. I love you, Matt. Everything is going to work out just fine." "I love you too, Katie." He pulled me in for another hug, and I finally felt safe there again.
Chapter 17. Katie.
My pregnancy flew by, and it was a little more than I had bargained for. I did everything that I was supposed to do. I ate really well and continued to exercise, but pregnancy was not for the faint of heart. I carried around a little basketball-sized bump under my dress most times, and felt blessed that I didn't gain a lot of weight during my pregnancy. I had terrible morning sickness throughout, however, and I was looking forward to it being over with. I wanted to get back to feeling normal, instead of feeling sick every single day. All I thought about these days was holding my baby in my arms. A smile came to my face every time I thought about it. I pictured rocking the baby to sleep and feeding the child. I couldn't have been more excited about the prospect of being a mother. It was one of my biggest dreams, and it was finally coming true. I loved Matt with all my heart, and we were going to have a blast raising our child together. Both our families came together and gave me the most incredible shower I could have ever dreamed of. It was more than I had bargained for, but living on the Upper East Side of New York was all about going big on everything. It was something I just had to get used to. We had the shower at the plaza, and it was as elegant as our wedding had been. I felt it was overboard considering it was just a baby shower, but that was just the way things were done, and I was still grateful to have people in my life that loved me that much. I was shocked to find a few hundred people waiting there to celebrate with me. I didn't even know some of them. But they were all there and happy to help celebrate. The gifts had been lavish and much needed. I had barely bought anything myself, because I had been so busy keeping the company running. The nursery was complete, but we hadn't purchased anything to fill it yet. We would have more than we needed for our bundle of joy. With so many people there, I had found the event a little overwhelming, but it was something I got over quickly enough. I had expected a more private affair with just immediate friends and family, but Matt and my best friend had made sure it was nothing like that at all. So I had accepted it, and it turned out to be quite a night, though I was fairly exhausted with the whole thing afterward. It had been one hell of a party, but it was tiring being around all those people. I was pretty sure that our child would have enough clothing to get through to college. After the shower, I had looked through all the clothing, finding them so cute. I hung them lovingly in the closet, and some put away in drawers. I was very grateful for everything I had been given, and it caused me an immense amount of excitement at the thought of what was next to come. I couldn't wait to see our baby, and get to use all the things that were given to us. Being around people at the shower made me realize just how excited I was to be a mother, and see what that next step in our future was like. I knew that Matt would make a wonderful father, and I looked forward to experiencing that with him. He had changed a lot, and I knew that he really loved me. I was sure that we could get through anything, if we just stuck together. That was what was most important. Since our talk, things had been going really well between Matt and me. I couldn't ask for anything more. He was on his best behavior, and I felt the connection between us growing stronger, and that was all I ever wanted. Matt no longer brought up Ben, and I was grateful for that as well. I didn't want to be punished for someone I had dated in the past. I never wanted to judge him about his past, and I didn't think I should be judged based on anything that happened between Ben and me. It just wasn't right. Everything was great now between Matt and me, and it made me feel like the trouble between us was a thing of the past. I was so grateful we had resolved our issues, because I didn't want to bring our child into the world if things between us weren't good. I wanted that child to be loved as much as possible, not having to come into a home where the parents were constantly fighting. But I felt good about things, and that was all that mattered. I would be okay from then on out. I truly believed that we would be good now, and being a family would be an easy step for us. It was all going to be all right. I chanted that often. The months that passed since that conversation had been nothing short of a whirlwind. We were both as busy as ever. There was so much planning to do to prepare for the baby, Plus, I still had to juggle the company I ran, and that was no easy task. There was so little time to prepare, and yet the baby was coming sooner rather than later. I hadn't realized how busy I would be with the clothing line I had launched, and being pregnant didn't allow for me to get much done. I had to delegate a lot to my team, but it was probably about time I did that anyway. It just seemed that the company was getting bigger, and I didn't have enough hours in the day to complete what I wanted. I liked being part of the whirlwind, and I knew I would miss that part once the baby came. I liked being very hands-on, but I knew I would have to take a step back from that and spend more time in my own studio. Things were just going to be a little crazy for a while. I thrived in that environment though, so I didn't worry too much about it. I was thrilled that my line was being picked up by some celebrities. It helped immensely in fast-tracking my fashion line. Once a celebrity wore my items, everyone wanted them. It was just that easy. Seeing it splashed all over the magazines was like seeing my dreams come true right before my eyes. I couldn't have imagined how well things had been going, and I was grateful for it all. I wouldn't have it any other way. The future looked bright for my line, and I knew I was going to continue to be successful, and probably very wealthy because of it. Not that money ever meant much to me, but the success portion always did. I had wanted to be someone, and it looked like it was going to happen exactly the way I had always envisioned it. The more my line soared, the more I was being considered as a designer to be reckoned with. Finally, being able to call myself one of the elite designers was something to be proud of. I had a long way to go, but I believed I would go all the way to the top in no time. The most exciting part for me was when I decided to start up a couture line for children. I had decided on it as soon as I realized I was pregnant. I wanted to be able to design clothing for my child and then send it out into the world. I had started putting things together while I was pregnant, and seeing the dress and suits I'd created gave me so much pride. I couldn't imagine being happier than I was then. Everything was just the way that I wanted it. As soon as word got out that I was designing clothes for children, I had orders pouring in. We had to hire a whole new team just to handle the children's couture line, because we had trouble keeping up with the orders. That was all good news for me, of course. I was widely popular, and my line was exclusive only to a few places. I was thinking of opening my own boutique to showcase the children's line, and then eventually spreading that chain all over the world. It was a dream of mine, but one that would have to wait. I had my hands full already, with the baby coming. Scrambling to keep up with orders was a thing of the past. We were all caught up now, and able to handle anything that came our way. The designs were selling as soon as we launched, and I continued to sell out like crazy. I couldn't wait to find out what I was having, so I would know whether my child would be sporting my dresses or blazers. Celebrities wanted the first choice, and I had regular clients on waiting lists dying to get my clothing before it hit the stores. I had a new line available as well, but it would not be launched until I had my little bundle. Things were getting close, and I needed to focus on my pregnancy. Too much stress was not good for the baby. Not that I had much to be stressed about. My marriage was back on track, and we had a little one on the way. We were just very busy people. I needed everything to be right for the new line, but what I needed right now was to focus on Matt and the baby. He was just as excited as I was to meet our little one. I couldn't wait to see his face when the child was born. I knew deep down that he would make a wonderful father. I was due in a matter of days, and I was anxious to get things over with. It was time to start the new chapter in my life. I couldn't wait to find out what I was having, and sometimes I thought that Matt was even more excited about finding out the sex of the baby than I was, if that was possible. Being pregnant was for the birds. I was over the backaches, weight gain, and vomiting. It was time to get out of this and get some baby love. I had been longing for a glass of wine for months, and soon enough, I would be able to partake in a glass or two, which was exactly what I needed. The best part was that Matt and I were being intimate often these days, to try to induce labor. I was desperate to get things moving, and a little closeness certainly couldn't hurt. Unfortunately, it hadn't been working no matter how many different positions and techniques we tried. Whenever I suggested we might need to be a bit rougher, Matt said he didn't want to hurt me or the baby, so pregnant I remained. The next morning when I woke up, I rolled to the side of the bed feeling like a beached whale. I prayed that I would go into labor that day. I swung my legs over the bed and headed to the bathroom before my bladder burst. I peed so many times during the day, no matter what I did to stop it. I went to the bathroom and started to brush my teeth. Matt had already gone off to work for the day, and all I could think about was going back to bed. I was exhausted and needed more rest. I considered going out to sit by our pool if it wasn't too hot out. A cool swim would probably make me feel better. I started brushing my teeth, and suddenly I felt a pop and water pooled down at my feet. I put a hand between my legs and gasped. My water had broken, and suddenly I felt panicky. I had thought it would be more dramatic, like a flood, but it was more like a trickle down my leg. I didn't know what to do, my mind went suddenly blank. I dropped the toothbrush and headed back into the bedroom to find my phone. I immediately called Matt and told him that I was in labor. He told me he would send a driver for me and meet me at the hospital as soon as he could. I grabbed my hospital bag and headed for the door to wait for the driver to arrive.
Chapter 18. Katie.
I was spent. I couldn't remember a time that I had felt so exhausted. Labor had been quite an experience, and one that no one could ever prepare you for. I had read the books and even watched the videos. Friends and family had told me what to expect, but despite all their advice and the research I had conducted myself, it was still nothing like I had ever imagined. It was worse, far worse. An exhausting labor that was the worst pain I had ever experienced. My labor itself wasn't that long, but those 5 hours had been long enough. It had felt like an eternity of pain. The contractions had ripped through me without any mercy. I couldn't imagine it being any worse, and yet it had gone on for hours on end. I had believed in a drug-free labor, and I had got my money's worth. I had felt it was the best decision for me and the baby, but the downside was that I felt everything. It had truly been the longest 5 hours of my life. Thank God, there had been a benefit to the whole thing in the end. I wondered though how people had 5 kids. I couldn't imagine going through that so many times. It was almost barbaric. Thankfully, I had a private suite, compliments of my loving husband. It was luxurious and felt like a home away from home. I loved the fact that I had my privacy in such a time. The suite I was staying in was just as big as my master bedroom in the colonial house we now owned. It had everything that I could possibly need to make myself comfortable. There was a flat-screen TV, though I had yet to use it. The suite resembled an actual bedroom to make guests feel right at home. I had packed my overnight bag with necessities from home, so I had everything that I needed. Matt had shown up to the hospital right on time and held my hand during the labor. When the baby had finally come out, it was a beautiful baby girl. I had been overjoyed, picturing the darling little thing wearing the precious dresses from my line. I would dote on the girl and make her feel like a true princess. Looking down into her little eyes for the first time had completed my life. I couldn't imagine needing anything more in life, now that I had my precious little girl. When I had reluctantly handed the child over to Matt, he had looked down at her in awe, a truly endearing sight. He had fallen in love at first sight with our daughter, and had agreed to name her Bella. Little Bella was a true representation of our love for one another. We had a staff of nurses that came in frequently to help out and check on little Bella. It made things so much easier for me as I recovered. I wasn't planning on breastfeeding because my schedule would not allow for it, and we would have a nanny at the house to help out anyway. I would need to get back into the office as soon as possible, and because of that, I would have to be flexible with feedings. I lay there in bed, reading and waiting for Matt to arrive. I was famished and he promised to bring me in some food. I was still very sore from the labor, so I didn't move around as much as I would have liked. I considered flipping on the TV, but instead decided to read for a little while. Bella was in the nursery getting a checkup from the doctors, and I missed her already. She would need to have a bath when I came back to the room, and I wanted to be the one to do it. I loved being hands-on with Bella, and knew that having a nanny would be difficult for me. I had a hard time delegating for my company. How much harder would it be to delegate to a nanny with my own child? It wasn't going to be easy, but Matt insisted on having a nanny, as he'd grown up with one and felt it was essential, especially if I wanted to go back to work. There were times that I felt Matt would prefer if I stayed at home and didn't work at all. I knew he was immensely proud of me for all my achievements, but he felt it was unnecessary for me to work because he was already wealthy. I didn't care about money, of course. I just wanted to have something to call my own. I had worked hard to get the company to where it was, and I adored fashion. I knew I would go slowly insane if I were to be a stay-at-home mom. I wanted to be more than just a wife and mother. Running a fashion line defined me, and it was my own unique mark on the world. How could I want anything less than that? I could still be a mother and a wife with my company. The three fulfilled me more than anything ever could. It was what I wanted, and although I didn't agree with having a nanny, I would accept the help if it meant that Matt would be okay with me having my own career as well. Maybe he was a little old-fashioned. I had never really thought of him in that way, but it was obvious he liked things a certain way. Since I didn't really care one way or another, I just let things slide off my shoulders. It wasn't enough to worry about after all. I had read about 2 chapters when Matt walked through the door holding Bella. I smiled, knowing he must have gone to the nursery as soon as he entered the hospital. I loved seeing our sweet bundle in his arms. They looked so cute together. He came to the side of the bed and bent down so that I could see Bella. She was sleeping and her sweet face was rosy and just darling. I looked up at him. Was the doctor finished with her? Everything's okay? Yes, she's as fit as can be. I managed to snatch her up before they could put her back to bed. So she's ours for the time being. He looked down at Bella. My gosh, she's as beautiful as you are, Katie. Can I hold her? I held out my arms, and Matt placed her gently in them. I nuzzled into the neck of the little one and kissed the top of her head. She had that sweet baby scent to her, and I loved breathing it in. It was intoxicating, and I loved my little one more than I could ever have imagined. Yes, you are right, she's very beautiful, but I can't take all the credit for it. Well, maybe I had some help in it, but she looks just like you, my love. Matt bent down and kissed me on the forehead as I nuzzled our daughter. Everything was just perfect. I couldn't ask for a single thing more in my life. Bella is just the perfect name. I'm glad you decided to use it. It suits her just fine. I smiled. Thank you. I love it as well. She looks just like a Bella. The door to my suite opened and a nurse walked in with a package. Both Matt and I turned to watch as she came toward us. It was one of those "It's a Girl" baskets filled with all kinds of goodies. It was beautiful, and it was tied perfectly with a pink balloon. I smiled as the nurse set it down on the table. It looks like another package arrived for little Bella. I will just leave it here. Oh, Bella is getting spoiled rotten to be sure. The nurse smiled. She's one lucky little girl. She turned and left the room, leaving us alone once again. I looked at the basket from afar, unable to move with the baby in my arms. I watched as Matt went over to look at the basket. I was excited to see what was inside. It looked rather elaborate. Who is it from? Not sure. He looked around for a card to see who had sent the grand package. It was obvious that a lot of money had been spent on the basket, and I wondered who would go to that kind of trouble. It had to have been someone who hadn't attended the shower, and I didn't know who that would be. There isn't a card? No. Oh wait. There's a note. There isn't a name on it anywhere though. Who would send such a package and not say who it's from? That's a little weird, isn't it? His brow furrowed, and I tried to think of who would send the package. Yeah, it is a little weird. I wasn't expecting anything today. I've been getting some flowers, but that's about it. I can't imagine who would send that package. Matt was looking inside the package, and I found it weird that he hadn't brought the basket to me to look at yet. He was just rummaging through it, as if looking for something. His behavior was just as bizarre as the mystery package. The things inside this basket are very expensive. Very expensive. I don't understand why such an expensive gift would come with no card. How are we supposed to thank this person? Can I see the basket, Matt? I would like to see what's inside as well. He ignored me as he continued looking inside the basket. I was becoming annoyed as I watched him. He wasn't even paying attention to the beautiful things inside. He was just sorting through it as if looking for a clue. I couldn't imagine what had come over him, but he was irritating me. I wanted to look at the package myself and see what there was for Bella. From afar the items looked quite chic, and I knew there was an outfit or two in there. He suddenly turned toward me and his gaze narrowed. Confused, I just stared back at him trying to understand why he suddenly looked angry. I had never seen someone so worked up over a baby basket. Maybe the stress of work was starting to get to him. I wasn't sure what it was, but I wasn't in the mood for weird behavior. I just wanted to look at the basket. The basket is from him, isn't it? My brow furrowed. Who are you referring to? Don't act dumb, Katie. You know exactly who I'm talking about. Excuse me? Actually, I have no idea why you've decided to suddenly have a temper tantrum. What has you so upset? He just stared at me, and I grew angry. I looked down at Bella and decided to let the anger go. He was itching for a fight, and I had no idea why. I wasn't going to fall for it though, and fight in front of Bella. The little thing was sleeping, and I wasn't going to do anything to change that. Can I please see the basket? It looks beautiful, and I want to see what's inside. Are you actually going to lay there and pretend that you have no idea who sent the package? My mouth dropped open. I could not believe what I was hearing. He looked pissed at me, and I couldn't imagine why. How would I know who sent the package? I'd learned of its existence at the exact same time he had. He was behaving irrationally, and I didn't like the look of it. It reminded me of the old days when we used to fight. I had thought we were over that, but maybe it had all been an act. What is the matter with you? Tears collected in my eyes, and I didn't know what was going on. This is from Ben, isn't it? I should have known as soon as I saw it. I laughed, not knowing what else I could do at that point. You must be kidding me? How the hell would I know who sent it, Matt? I'm as puzzled as you are. As far as Ben goes, I haven't spoken to the man since before the wedding. If he sent the basket, I'm certainly unaware of it. He snorted. If I didn't know better, I might have to start wondering if Bella is even my child. I gasped. I sat there speechless as shock coursed through me. I stared at Matt as tears streamed down my cheeks. I felt humiliated and betrayed. How could my own husband say something so foul to me? I was appalled by his words. I could barely find the words to tell him off. You have no right to talk to me in that manner. Seriously, Matt, what the hell is wrong with you? He shook his head slowly and threw his hands up in the air. He stormed from the room without looking back at me. Matt, I called out after him. There was no answer, and he didn't return to the room. I sat there shocked, unable to process what had happened in the past few minutes. His words had been monstrous, and all over a mystery basket. I had no idea if the basket came from Ben, but even if it did, it didn't warrant the kind of reaction I got from Matt. Shock made a home inside of me as I tried to process his words. I couldn't believe he had the nerve to suggest that Bella was not his child. To suggest that it was Ben's was a little more than I could take. He deserved to have his eyes clawed out for that behavior, but instead, he had marched out without even talking things through with me. Who was the man I had married? It seemed like we were back at square one. As soon as Ben was mentioned, Matt seemed to lose all sense of himself. I hadn't seen Ben in over a year, and yet we were still fighting about him. Matt was a completely different person when it came to Ben, and I didn't like that person at all. I wasn't sure what I was going to do about the situation, but Matt's words were unforgivable. I looked down at Bella, feeling suddenly very sad and lonely. The poor thing had no idea about adult concerns. What an innocent world she lived in, for the time being at least. I rocked little Bella, and wondered how I had gotten myself into the mess that I was in. I thought my marriage was okay, but apparently there was something really wrong with it. What had happened to our lovely life? I knew that I couldn't go back to fighting like that with Matt. I slid off the bed carefully and brought Bella to the bassinet and laid her down gently. She could sleep comfortably while I took a look at that package. I was still very much curious as to what was inside of it. I started to pick through the package, marveling at the beautiful things inside. There was a literal silver spoon and some beautiful designer dresses. I smiled as I looked through the basket, wondering at the elaborateness of it all. There was a tiny pair of diamond stud earrings in there for a baby. I had planned on getting the little one's ears pierced in a few months, but what a gift. Who would go to all this trouble? Could it really have been Ben that sent it? After all this time, would he do such a thing? Whoever sent it certainly had a lot of money to burn. I was smiling from ear to ear when I heard a familiar voice behind her. I'm glad you like the basket. I froze and then spun around to find Ben behind me. Just like the first time I met him, my heart slammed against my chest in the most wondrous way. It had been him all along. He had sent the package, had thought about me. After all this time, he was still thinking about me. I remembered the last time that I saw him in my apartment, and I realized that after all this time, I still loved him. That thought made me sad because I had tried so hard to be a part of another life, and that life was now spiraling out of control. I didn't understand Matt's reaction toward me all the time when I was honestly trying to have a happy life with him. But maybe he sensed that all along my heart had never truly been his completely. There had always been a piece of it somewhere else. What are you doing here, Ben? This is a bad idea. If Matt saw you here, I would be filling out divorce papers for sure. Tears built up in my eyes and spilled down my cheeks. A shocked look came over his face, and he was by my side in a second. He wrapped his arms around me and hugged me tight. What's wrong, Katie? I didn't come here to cause you any problems. I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention, and I had no idea that it would have that kind of effect on you. This is a happy day. You have a new daughter, you shouldn't be crying. It's Matt. He saw the package that you sent and he went insane. He despises you, and he knows about our past. He stormed out of here, but he could be back any minute. If he saw you here, it would be bad on an epic scale. You have no idea. Ben's eyes grew stormy. What are you talking about? Why would your husband behave like that? I thought you said he was a kind man. He certainly doesn't sound like it to me. Suddenly, I started sobbing. My feelings about Matt just poured out of me. I felt helpless and confused by the way that Matt treated me when it came to Ben. Dear God. I had no idea, Katie. I should have sent the package with a name, but I thought it was best not to. I fully intended on speaking to Matt if he were here and congratulating him. I feel no ill will for the man, until now of course. I don't understand why he's acting so outrageously. He won, I lost. I haven't tried to contact you until now, and that was a mistake. I'm sorry. I didn't send it to cause problems. I just wanted to congratulate you on the baby. I looked up at him and felt my heart beat hard all over again. He had that power over me even after all this time. I didn't know what to do about that feeling. He will hate me if he knows you are here. He won't know. I wasn't sure how Matt would react if I came up, so I had someone watch the building. I will know he's coming before he even steps foot in the hospital. You have nothing to worry about. Please, you need to stop crying. What are you doing here, Ben? You could have called or sent a message. You didn't need to come to the hospital. I just wanted to see you and your new daughter. Is that so terrible? How did you know that I had a girl? I have my hand in a lot of things, Katie. I like to know things. I just needed to know that you were happy and well taken care of. It's important to me. Well, it hasn't been easy. We've had some problems. Why did I always feel the need to bare my soul to Ben? He didn't need to know any more about my marital problems than I'd already told him, but my mouth just wouldn't listen to my brain. Newlyweds shouldn't have any problems. Not big ones anyway. He shouldn't be leaving you alone at the hospital. You don't understand. He is obsessed with our past, and he thinks I still have feelings for you. He can't get over it. He doesn't deserve you. And you do? He shrugged, and I suddenly felt bad. I'm sorry. We don't have to be difficult about this. Matt is a good guy. Our relationship has had its bumps because he's jealous of you. I don't know why he's obsessed with you. Ben walked to the bassinet and took a look inside. He grinned as he looked down at Bella. She's a beauty, Katie. No big surprise there. I was shocked to see him bend down and scoop Bella up into his arms. I thought he might feel weird about holding another man's child, but he seemed very comfortable with Bella in his arms. What's her name? Bella. He chuckled. What a tiny little thing. It's amazing. They looked so cute together that it brought fresh tears to my eyes. I gulped down a lump in my throat and said something that I knew I shouldn't say. I picked the wrong guy, didn't I? I made the wrong choice. I loved him, but I shouldn't have married him. Ben looked up at me with surprise on his face. He pursed his lips and then looked back down at Bella. He gently set her down in the bassinet and slowly walked over to me. This is not your fault, Katie. If anything, it's mine. I waited too long before I told you how I felt, and that was wrong. How could I possibly be mad when you finally chose someone else? I messed up, not you. He wrapped his arms around me once again and hugged me tightly. I sobbed into his chest, feeling hopeless about everything. It was not my intention to upset you today. I'm sorry. I just needed to see you. Ben's phone rang and he looked at the message, then clicked it off suddenly. He pulled away from me. Enjoy your baby, Katie. She is the best reason in the world to be happy. He bent down and kissed me on the lips, and I felt complete again, like he had never left. He turned from me then, and left the room so quickly that it was hard to believe he was ever there in the first place. I glanced at the basket and took a deep sigh. I returned to my bed, wiping away at my tears, trying to find my composure. A few minutes later, Matt walked through the suite door, surprising me. He had flowers in his hand and a sheepish look on his face. I almost laughed at the sight of him. So that was why Ben had left so quickly. The ringing phone had been a notification that Matt had arrived back at the hospital. I was thankful he left in time, because I couldn't even imagine what Matt would have done had he found Ben in my room. He would have assumed that I had been seeing him all along. Katie, I am sorry for the way I reacted. I put my hands up to block him from touching me. Oh, please, don't you dare. You don't get to speak to me the way you did, and then come back here with flowers like everything's going to be okay. He stood there and stared at me in shock. He had never heard me speak to him that way. I didn't care. I would not be spoken to in that way by someone who was supposed to cherish me. If you can't get a handle on that jealousy, I will leave you. I closed my eyes, and that ended the conversation. I needed to get some rest before Bella awoke again.
Chapter 20. Katie.
It wasn't long before Ben returned to my side. "Are you ready?" I nodded. "Okay, let's go." I couldn't be sure why I was following Ben. It just felt like the right thing to do. I had made so many mistakes in my life, and I just wanted to do something right for once. Being around Ben felt real, and that was what I needed. I had no idea where he was taking me, but I was relieved to be out of the event. It had felt suffocating in there, and I couldn't stand to be around people at that point. Matt had not returned any of my calls, and the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. How dare he treat me in that manner? I didn't deserve it, and I wasn't going to put up with it any longer. I followed Ben to the elevator, and he pressed the button. He must have had a room in the hotel. He often did that during an event, instead of driving all the way back to his own home. When the elevator opened, we stepped inside and he pressed the button for the penthouse suite. We rode up to the most luxurious suite in the entire hotel. I looked over at Ben and was unsure of how I felt at that moment. I couldn't be sure of what would happen once we got up to the suite, but I lacked the ability to care. I was pissed at Matt, and I knew I would have to deal with him eventually, but as far as I was concerned, we were finished. I could no longer continue living that way, and Matt clearly had no intention of changing at all. I had given him more than enough chances to move on from my past and make me happy, and he continued to blow those chances every single time. When the elevator doors opened, I stepped into the penthouse and took it in. The suite was stunning, wide open and warm with low lighting. I barely had time to admire it before I felt Ben come up behind me, his breath against my shoulder. His lips brushed my skin gently, and a shiver ran straight through me. I turned toward him and kissed him deeply, slow, hungry, like we had been starved for each other. His hands were firm, claiming my waist, pulling me close until there was no space left at all between us. I let out a softly desperate sound, aching for him everywhere. It felt like the months apart had only sharpened the need. He kissed the line of my jaw, then the sensitive place just beneath my ear, then lower, small heated touches that made my legs feel weak. "Please," I whispered. "I need you now. Don't make me wait." He lifted me effortlessly and carried me toward the master bedroom. The room was dim, a few clothes and objects laid out on the bed and dresser. "Have you been staying here?" I asked between breaths. "No," he said, laying me across the bed, "but I hoped you'd end up here. I wanted to claim you again." "You planned this?" I asked, surprised. I didn't expect the path to be easy. "But yes," he murmured, his voice low and certain. "I intended to have you again, to remind your body where it belongs." Heat pooled in me, deep, heavy, undeniable. "I missed you," I breathed. "And I have missed you every day," he said, his voice catching for a moment before steadying again. "You kept me away from this," his hand slid along the back of my thigh, "for too long." "Bad?" I echoed, my voice breaking just slightly. "Yes," he murmured, his tone dark and controlled. "And you need to be corrected." I slowly slid the straps of my lace gown off my shoulders, letting the fabric fall to the floor. The look in his eyes when he saw me, completely bare, was enough to make my pulse throb. He undressed too, his body just as I remembered, strong, sculpted, undeniably masculine, desire carved into every line of him. He guided me forward, bending me at the waist over the bed. His hand gathered my wrists behind me, firm but sure, anchoring me, holding me exactly where he wanted me. He picked up a paddle from the bed and brought it down in a sharp, stinging smack across me. I gasped, pleasure and heat flooding through me instantly. "You're mine," he said quietly. "Yes," I breathed, already trembling. "I'm yours. All yours." He struck again, just enough to make me shiver, and then he entered me from behind with deep, steady force. My breath left me in a cry as he drove into me again and again, each push deeper than the last. I could hear myself, soft, desperate sounds spilling out of me without thought. He always loved how I sounded when I couldn't hold back. I tightened around him and came, my body shaking through the release. He flipped me onto my back, one hand circling the side of my neck, not squeezing, just holding, guiding, as he moved inside me again. The world went soft and blurred with the intensity, my body arching into him, losing myself in him. Every part of you, he murmured against my cheek, his breath warm. I need you close like this. Always. I wrapped my legs around his waist, wanting to keep him there, wanting to melt into the rhythm he set. His kisses trailed from my lips to my jaw, down the curve of my neck. The deeper he moved, the more I felt myself unravel. My release hit hard, tightening around him in waves. He withdrew only to turn me slightly onto my side, guiding my body where he wanted me. He stood behind me, lifting my hip just enough before sliding into me once more. I exhaled a sound that was nearly a sob, it felt so deep, so consuming. His movements were powerful, controlled, each thrust sending heat spiraling through me. I reached back and held onto him, needing the anchor of his body against mine. I felt my release rising again, sharp, overwhelming. I'm close, I breathed. Let go, he said softly. I'm right here. I broke apart again, the pleasure shaking through every muscle. He followed soon after, his hands gripping my hips as he released into me, slow, deep, with a sound from his chest that felt like pure relief. When it was over, he leaned into me, breathing hard, his body warm and solid against mine. I reached back and touched the side of his face, both of us quietly catching our breath. I like that, I whispered. His lips brushed my shoulder, the same way he had greeted me when we arrived. So did I, he said. We moved to the bed, then lay there for an hour, not speaking but just holding each other tight. I wasn't sure what was going to happen next. I didn't know what was right and what was wrong anymore. All my decisions had still led to that moment there with Ben. That moment where I knew I could never go back. It had always been Ben. He had stood by me no matter what my decisions were, while my husband sabotaged every moment we had together with jealousy. I had thought having the baby would have completed our family and killed all the jealousy, but it hadn't. He had allowed his jealousy to poison our relationship to the point where he was hardly at home to even see his daughter. I knew I couldn't live like that anymore. I knew that I had put my fair share of effort into the relationship and shouldn't feel any guilt in leaving. But I did anyway, because I loved him and I knew deep down he loved me, and that his worst fears would come true when I walked out on him. Even worse, to find out that I eventually ended up with Ben anyway would surely kill him inside. I had made the wrong choice once already. I wasn't about to do it again. I was going to start living the life I wanted, the life I should have had from the beginning. I was done choosing the wrong man. I would grab hold of Ben and never let him go. It was my turn to shine and be loved in the way I deserved. I need to go, Ben, I whispered. Where? You know where. Let me get dressed and I will come with you. I laughed. You know that's not going to happen. I would stand beside you against any adversary. I looked into his eyes and smiled. I know you would, but this is something I need to do on my own, for me. I'm here if you need me. I won't leave this room until I hear from you. I kissed him on the mouth, jumping out of bed to get dressed. I wasn't looking forward to finding Matt, but it had to be done. I said goodbye, telling him I would see him soon, and headed for the door.
Epilogue. Katie.
Welcome back, Mr. Donovan, Mrs. Donovan. I took the blindfold off and looked into the familiar eyes of our old friend Paul. He was still as pale as ever. Oh my gosh. I turned around to look at Ben with what must have been a stupid smile on my face. He had whisked me away on his private jet, insisting I wear a blindfold so I wouldn't know where he was taking me. Hi, Paul. Thanks for your help in arranging all this. Ben reached forward and shook his hand. I was still speechless and couldn't take my eyes off Ben, the man of my dreams. I had known that he wanted to do something big to celebrate our anniversary, but taking me back to Malawi was the last thing I expected. He knew I'd always wanted to come back, and bringing me here to the place we'd first met was the most romantic gesture I could have imagined. I shouldn't have been surprised, as he loved trying to outdo himself with every one of his surprises. I shook myself out of my daze and turned back to Paul, taking in the familiar surroundings of Ben's old cabin. Oh my gosh. It's so nice to see you, Paul. I'm so overwhelmed right now. Paul chuckled. I understand. I was pleasantly surprised when Ben contacted me and told me he wanted to surprise you with a trip to check up on how the school and hospital are doing. They're doing fine, of course, but you'll get to see that for yourselves shortly. For now, I'll leave you to settle in. With that, Paul walked out of the cabin, leaving me alone with my amazing husband. It had been 3 years since that explosive night at the benefit, and every day felt like a fairy tale. Don't get me wrong, it hadn't been easy going through a divorce, but I had Ben at my side every step of the way. Matt hadn't put up much of a fight, and our separation was as amicable as could be expected, with one person's worst fears coming to light. The first couple months had been the toughest, trying to figure out how we could both get on with our lives while still being the best parents possible to Bella. Aside from my happiness with Ben, the fact that Matt was finally being a father to Bella again made me realize that our separation was the right thing to do. It had taken some time for me to get things together, but once I moved out of the colonial home I had shared with Matt, I moved straight into Ben's place, and we had rarely been apart since. Ben had welcomed me and Bella with open arms, and we were engaged within a month. After the hoopla of my first wedding, Ben and I both decided we wanted something small, and we ended up getting married at City Hall with only a few of our closest friends and family. Though our wedding might not have been extravagant, that didn't mean Ben wasn't still a fan of the grand gesture. He loved whisking me and Bella away for little trips to distant cities or amusement parks to keep his little stepdaughter happy. I had loved Ben before, but seeing how easily he loved and accepted my daughter had given me a sense of happiness I had never known existed. So this is why we took Bella to my parents' house to stay. How long will we be here? I still couldn't wipe the smile off my face. Ben stepped closer to me and put his arms around me. I was thinking a week, but it's really up to you now. We can stay as long as you like. Thank you, Ben. I reached up and planted a kiss on his lips. Our chemistry was still electric and our intimacy was still incredible, but we had no problem toning it down for some more tender moments every now and then. Ben put his hands on my shoulders and started rubbing my arms, his hands moving up and down in a relaxing rhythm. I know you've always wanted to come back here, and I was thinking we might need to cut back on our travel a little in the next little while. I looked into his eyes, confused. I had no problem cutting back, but I could tell there was more he wanted to say. Oh yeah? Why is that? I asked him. Well, I know we've talked about it a little before, he started, looking a little nervous. I knew it must be something important for him to be anything less than his usual arrogant self. He took a deep breath. I want to start trying to have a baby. I couldn't stop the smile from spreading across my face. The thought of having a little baby girl or boy who looked just like Ben made my heart swell with joy. He was such a good father to Bella, and I had known for a while that he wanted to add another bundle of joy to our little family. I felt tears pool in my eyes. I want that too, Ben. He smiled that familiar smile, the one that always made my heart melt, before leaning down and kissing me with all the love I knew he felt. The kiss deepened, slow and tender at first, then filled with a kind of passion that never really faded between us, no matter how much time passed. I pulled back with a soft laugh, looking into the eyes of the man I loved more than I ever thought possible. In fact, I teased, giving him a playful wink, "I think there's no time like the present to start trying." He chuckled, his voice warm with affection, and brushed a strand of hair from my face. "Anything you want, Mrs. Donovan," he murmured against my ear, the sound sending a pleasant shiver through me. He guided me gently backward until we tumbled onto the bed together, laughter spilling between kisses. My heart swelled with certainty. With him, everything felt right. Every moment, every breath, every touch was filled with love, and the quiet joy of knowing I was exactly where I belonged.
The end. Sneak peek for Blackmailed by the Billionaire. We hope you enjoyed listening to The Promise of Love by Michelle Love and Scarlett King. Now please listen to a sneak peek for Blackmailed by the Billionaire by Michelle Love and Scarlett King. Chapter 1. Casey.
I had to admit, I felt a bit on edge as my brothers and I entered the meeting room at Whispers Resorts and Spa. 4 more chairs had been added to the round table to make room for us. Although not official as of yet, we were on the cusp of becoming part of our cousins, the Gentry brothers' budding empire. All thanks to a hefty inheritance left to them by their grandfather, the men had taken something negative and turned it into something positive for more than just themselves. The Nash brothers had been the first to receive a generous loan from the Gentrys to build their dream resort, and it had blossomed in ways they'd never dreamed it could. That's what we were hoping for when we'd asked for the meeting with the men. We had big dreams. What we didn't have was the huge amount of money we'd need to begin our endeavor. "Why do I feel like barfing?" my brother Chase asked. He was the second oldest after me. It made for an odd spot for him. Even though not the eldest, he still felt a lot of pressure and responsibility for our 2 younger brothers. I understood how he felt and patted him on the back, giving him and myself a little pep talk. "I feel that way too. What we're asking for isn't small. And it won't be easy to leave our current employment either. But this is important to the entire world's future. So we have to swallow the nerves and present our ideas to our cousins. They're family, Chase. We can count on them to let us down easy if that's what they think is best." Chance, being the youngest, still held tons of optimism. Why would they say no to our magnificent idea? Callan was second to the last and sided with Chance as he so often did. "Yeah, this idea is the bomb, man." I agreed, but that did not alter the fact that I had no idea if our cousins, who were into ranching, farming, and the hospitality industries, would share our enthusiasm, especially with something that hadn't been deeply explored yet. The echoing sound of dress shoes against the marble floor grabbed our attention. Dressed to the nines in expensive business suits, the Nash brothers entered to greet us with wide smiles on all their 5 faces. Baldwin, the eldest of them, extended his hand to me. "Casey. Glad to see you again, cousin." "Glad to see you too, Baldwin." I shook his hand as I smiled back at him. "I'm really happy you all decided to hear us out on our proposal." "Sure thing, Casey. From what you've told me so far, I think it's an amazing concept. I'm eager to hear more about it." His brothers Patton, Warner, Cohen, and Stone greeted us all. Then we heard the sounds of boots coming toward the meeting room. Stone chuckled. "Here come the cowboys." The 3 Gentry brothers were decked out in highly starched blue jeans and button-down shirts, sporting large shiny belt buckles and straw cowboy hats. Tyrell, the oldest, tipped his hat as he said, "Welcome, Durand brothers. You boys remember my brothers, Jasper and Cash, don't ya?" Chance nodded. "Of course we do." He ran his hand over the brightly colored, beach-themed shirt he wore. "Seems we all have brotherly themes. The Nashes are businessmen. The Gentrys are cowboys. And the Durand brothers are all beach bums." He laughed, and everyone joined in. "I wouldn't say you look like bums. You look like guys who live in paradise," to me. Colorful button-downs with short sleeves and khaki pants with Sperry's, Patton said as he gestured to the round table. Gentlemen, you can find your seats by checking out the place cards so we can get this meeting of minds started. My heart raced as we all took our seats. I liked the idea of the round table. It made me feel as if we were all equals, where no one person lorded over anyone else. Tyrell began the meeting. So, will you boys tell us all about this ocean energy plan you have? I looked at Chance, wanting to give the youngest of my brothers the first S. Chance, would you care to open this discussion? Sure thing, bro. He wasn't as articulate as Chase and I were. He and Callan shared a casual way of talking, so I thought it best that they spoke to our cousins, at least to start the ball rolling. So, here's the easiest way for me to describe this thing we'd like to build. Using his hands, he started mimicking the motion of the waves. Waves never stop moving in the ocean. We all know that for a fact. And anything that moves creates energy. And that energy can be captured and stored for use. Callan took over. Sounds basic, I know. But it's anything but that. See, the ocean can't be trusted. It can go from relative tranquility to insanity in a heartbeat. And therein lies the problem. People have built machines before to create electricity out of the things the ocean offers, Chase added. It's not that there's any shortage of ideas. There is a shortage of ideas that work, though. No one wants to lose astronomical amounts of money whenever a hurricane comes through and demolishes precious equipment. I can see that, Jasper agreed, nodding his head. So, you'll need to really work on making us see how this will end up making our company money, not losing it. It was time I added something. We're going to stay away from materials that can be bent and destroyed. That means we're looking at using things like silicone, latex, polypropylene, polyethylene, and resin. These materials bend and can be made thick enough to withstand some clashes without splitting wide open. Chase was excited about this part, so he took over. Repairs to these sorts of materials are easy too. It would require pulling them onto the shore to carry out the repairs, but that's not insurmountable by any means. Cash asked, have you been able to build any prototypes? We hadn't had time to do a single thing, since we still held on to our current jobs, which demanded almost all of our attention. So, I answered his question in all honesty. Cash, we're currently working 10 to 14-hour days at Mantabo Industries in Brownsville. I've been asking for some time off, or at least shorter workdays, for over a year now. Our boss won't let us have time away from weapons development. Jasper seemed curious as he steepled his fingers, then leaned his chin on top of them. You guys are into making guns and stuff? Something like that. What we designed was much bigger than just guns. We're not at liberty to discuss what we've been working on, though. Chase nodded. We've all signed non-disclosure agreements that make it impossible for any of us to go into specifics about what we do at the company. So please don't ask us about any of that. How do you plan on working on your own things then? Cohen asked. I hoped it wasn't going to be too much to ask, but the asking had to be done. We would need to be able to quit our jobs at Mantabo, and that would mean our salaries would need to be included in the loan amount. I gulped, praying that what I was about to say next wouldn't sound too greedy. For like the next 5 years. Tyrell nodded. Of course. I couldn't believe he'd agreed so readily. I'd been more worried about that than anything else. Well, that is a relief. Baldwin smiled knowingly. With any loan given by us, there is always an inclusion of money for each of the lenders to live on. And we also like to take care of your living situations, so you can direct your complete attention to what you're doing. We'll pay your bills, is what I'm saying. That way, you won't have to do anything other than focusing on your work. Things were sounding too good to be true. Hold on a minute. I wasn't about to get greedy. We don't want to take advantage of anybody here. Tyrell just laughed, the sound of his deep voice filling the room as he said, You're not going to take advantage of anyone, Casey. See, we're all in this together. We share all profits made by all the separate ventures each of us possesses. And we'll continue doing that if we think your venture will make us some money. It'll do more than make money, Tyrell, Chance said. It will change the world for the better once we get this thing figured out. We can sell our mechanisms throughout the entire world. And we can keep improving on them as we go too. Baldwin and Tyrell exchanged serious expressions before Baldwin asked, "Are you men in this for the long haul? We need to know that. If this is a passing thing, then we don't want a part of it. But if you're looking to do this for the remainder of your careers, then we can think a lot more about coming in with you on this thing." "This is my dream," I said quickly. "It's all our dreams. It would be a privilege to work on this for the rest of our lives." Stone looked at each of my brothers as he asked, "Does that go for each one of you guys too?" They all nodded, and then Callan added, "You have no idea how invested we are in this thing. And we make great money where we're at now. It's not about the money, though. This is about helping people. This is about creating energy from what is so readily available to us, but that very few have harnessed." "But some have," Cash stated. "Can you tell us about some of the experiments that have proven to actually work?" Chase was the one to answer this question. Several inventions have been produced and are currently being put to practice. There's a point absorber buoy. Like all buoys, this is anchored to the bottom of the ocean. The bobbing motion it makes as the waves move is converted into energy that's stored in a generator and then sent ashore to a grid system. But this too can be torn to bits when a storm hits. "Sounds daunting," Warner said as he shook his head. "We could lose a ton on this." My heart stopped beating as both the Gentry brothers and the Nash brothers nodded in agreement. I felt the air leaving my lungs as I was sure they were about to let us down. "Time to take a vote," Jasper said. "Raise your hand if you think we should give these men a real shot at making life a lot better for the planet." One by one, each man raised his hand. And I finally let out the breath I'd been holding. Thank God. My brothers and I left that meeting feeling as if things weren't real. Within a week's time, we'd each have $2 billion in our personal bank accounts. By the end of the week, a business account would be opened for our new business, Whispering Waves Electric Company. We had $20 billion to work off of, and that was just for starters. Baldwin's wife, Sloane, was going to get to work designing homes for each one of us. They had even given us the enviable job of finding the land we wanted our homes built on. We'd be completely taken care of for the next 5 years at least. Now that we had more money than we knew was possible, there was only one thing left to do to end our old lives and allow us to begin living the new ones. The ones that we always dreamed of. We had to tell our boss that we were quitting our jobs, effective immediately. We wouldn't go back to work for Mantabo Industries, not even for a single day. We had bigger fish to fry now. I prayed our boss would understand and wish us well, but knew that it was only a pipe dream. The founder and CEO of the company we worked for was a man in his early 40s with tons to prove. Nico Armstrong wasn't one to accept no for an answer. But that was the answer he was going to get if he asked us not to leave his employment. Giving up a $500,000 a year salary had sounded like it would be hard on us. But now that we had a couple billion a year guaranteed for at least 5 years, that didn't bother us anymore. Thank God for the Gentrys and the Nashes.
Chapter 2. Zuri.
Why the hell does Nico Armstrong want to see me? Working in the research department at Mantabo Industries hadn't put me in the position of meeting with the founder and CEO thus far. So, when I got the call that he wanted me to come to his office, I immediately assumed the worst. I'm going to get fired. But for what? I hadn't done anything wrong. At least as far as I knew. Brushing shoulders with someone as I rushed past them, I mumbled an apology. Sorry. Hold up. I stopped and turned to find my supervisor staring at me with narrowed eyes. Oh, Tommy. Sorry, I muttered. Where are you going in such a rush, Zuri? Armstrong's office, I looked down at the floor, my stomach pinching and grinding upon itself as worry filled me. I cannot lose this job. Tommy came closer to me, his eyes now wide with what resembled worry to me. He asked for you. Nodding, I began wringing my hands. Even he knew that being called to our boss's office wasn't a good thing. I don't know what he wants. I don't know what I did wrong. You've done nothing wrong. I'm your supervisor. It would be me you'd be reporting to if you did anything wrong. He sighed while pinching the bridge of his nose. I don't like this at all. Yeah. Me neither. I didn't want to make my boss any madder at me than he must have already been. I've gotta go, Tommy. I hope I'll get the chance to let you know what happens. Yeah, you don't want to leave him waiting. As I turned to leave, I felt his hand on my shoulder. Turning back, I asked, You want to say something? Do you have anything you'd like to tell me? I didn't do anything wrong, Tommy. I swear I didn't. I couldn't blame him for asking, though. "'Kay, well, get in there and try to keep a stiff upper lip. The man hates weakness. Act tough. I mean, I guess you should act that way. And hold your head up high, shoulders back, positive attitude. You did nothing wrong. Own that." Pulling my shoulders back, I took a deep breath and tried to steady my mind. Yeah, I did nothing wrong. He can't break me if I have nothing to hide. Thanks. I turned away, walking at a slower pace, feeling less frantic than I had before. I am innocent and have nothing to fear. Confidence filled me. Until I got to his office and found his personal assistant's desk empty. Shit. We're going to be alone. I knew this was bad. I could feel it tingling in my spine. Nico Armstrong was an intimidating man. Tall and muscular, with ridged facial features that made him resemble a Viking, he was the face of the weaponry division of Mantabo. Stern, stoic, and hard to the core, the man was impenetrable. And he wants to see me in his office. Guts twisting, I knocked on the door. It's me, Zuri Nala, Mr. Armstrong. The sound of something buzzing had the door coming open. At first, all I saw was black emptiness. Then, as the door opened wider, I saw a large stainless steel desk. I got the eerie feeling that he liked to slaughter lambs on top of that desk. It seemed like something out of a meat market, instead of common office decor. My eyes caught movement from the corner of the room, and then a hulking figure emerged. You took your sweet time coming to me, Zuri. Stepping inside, I tried my best to keep my shoulders back and my head high. I came as soon as I could, sir. I had to keep reminding myself that I'd done nothing to warrant this visit. The black jacket of his business suit lay draped over the back of a long red sofa. He was only wearing a white button-down shirt, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, showing off his muscular forearms. I didn't care for how hairy they were. Not that I was there to look him over. Averting my eyes, I scanned the room. You should take a seat, Zuri, he suggested. Striding over to a chair that looked completely uncomfortable with its straight wooden back and no cushion at all, I took a seat. I thought the discomfort would help me keep my posture in the appropriate position. Looking right into his ice blue eyes, I asked, Why did you call me, sir? He leaned back against his desk, his long legs jutting out in front of him, arms crossed over his massive chest. Only then did I notice the top few buttons had been left undone, and a tuft of black hair had billowed out, meeting his dark beard. The man is as hairy as a bear. Forward, aren't you? I didn't want to come off as weak, since Tommy had said he hated that in a person. So I cocked one brow. To the point is more accurate. Fine. I'll get right to it then, Zuri Nala. I know about your ex-fiancé, Reese Andrews. He and I share the same stature in this city. Meaning you both are billionaires, I quipped. Yes, I know. What I didn't know was what that had to do with me being called to his office. What about that? He stood up and walked slowly around his desk to take a seat behind it. The red leather wingback chair came out on either side of him, shrouding him like a red cloak. Somehow that made him look more powerful. You were engaged for a year. Before that, you dated for 2 years. In that time, I'm sure you became used to having money, being able to buy what you want when you want. I'm not spoiled, Mr. Armstrong, if that's what you're insinuating. I liked having money, as anyone would. But it hadn't defined me in any way. I know you went from living in a mansion on his estate to living in a tiny efficiency apartment in town. You drove a Mercedes that he let you use, and now you drive a used Kia. You've made some drastic changes in the last year since you and he split up. I can help fix that a bit for you. I'm not offering billions, but I am offering you $1 million. Please don't ask me to sleep with you. Yuck. I didn't want to ask. I didn't want to even think about what he wanted me to do to earn that amount of money. But my mouth opened anyway, the words spilling out. What do I have to do to get the money? Although I didn't need or even want the money, my mother and sister back home in Pretoria, South Africa, needed it desperately. I'd been sending home all the money I could. My sister had been born with special needs, both mentally and physically. She was only 2 years younger than me, and our mother had had a hard time caring for us both. Dear old Dad left not long after Antiqua's birth. She was too much for him, especially when she cried hours on end at times. A recent fall had my sister needing surgery to repair her right hip. Even with public health care, the cost of the surgery and support she needed was more than our mother could afford. Mom was in need of surgery herself as well. Her eyes had gotten bad, cataracts. She was nearly blind. But she didn't have the money for it. $1 million would get them both the surgeries they needed. I've got to do whatever he wants, for my family. Are you familiar with the Duran brothers, who work here? I don't know any of them, but I have heard of them. Casey Duran is the oldest of the 4 brothers. He will be your target. Target. That sounded unbelievably bad to me. I'm not a killer, sir. Don't be silly. I'm not a killer either. Funny. You look like you could most definitely be one. Please explain. Casey and his brothers quit their jobs here a few days ago. They've gained a loan somehow to start working on this ridiculous idea they have to make something to get electricity out of the ocean. They'd been bothering me about that for some time now, but I wouldn't give them the time of day. It's an absurd idea anyway, and not worth my time or money. What do you care if they want to work on that, rather than work on making weaponry? I saw no need to target anyone over something like that. As a matter of fact, I thought their idea quite brilliant. Just as I finished my sentence, his fist slammed down on the metal desk, making a terrible sound, hitting my ears sharply. You don't ask questions, he shouted at me, his face a deep shade of red. Nodding, I stayed silent. I wasn't about to apologize. I watched the color fade away, and then he said in a calm voice, "They know too much for me to let them go. I want them back, and I want that to happen as soon as possible." Everyone who worked at Mantabo had to sign a non-disclosure agreement that stated we couldn't tell a soul about what went on inside these walls. Why he thought these men would leak company secrets, I didn't know. But I wasn't going to ask either. And you want me to make that happen? Exactly. I want you to target Casey Duran. I want you to get something on him that we can use as blackmail. Once that's done, I want you to tell him that he has to get all 4 of his brothers back to work here. I had to point something out. With all due respect, sir, how am I supposed to make that happen? Why would I, a person who works in the research department, want to blackmail anyone to get them to come back to work here? He'll know you're behind this. I know that. He grinned, revealing sharp incisors. I was quite sure he sharpened them to look that way too. I want him to know it's me who ordered you to do this. He wouldn't take it seriously otherwise. If I could get him to do something that I could hold against him, then I would. Being a woman, you'll find it much easier to get him to do things that can be used against him. Why me? I had to ask the question. There were other women who worked at the company. Why would he pick me to do this terrible thing? Do you not realize how beautiful you are, Zuri? That long silky silver blonde hair is alluring. And your dark as night eyes give you a dangerous air. Your creamy ivory skin almost makes you look like an angel. You're a mixture of both darkness and light. You're beautiful enough to reel him in, and dangerous enough for him to take what you say seriously. My appearance had never been described in such a way. You have faith in me. But I'm not sure I can pull this off. I didn't want to pull anything off. But I did need that money. You can do it, Zuri. I know that you can. Just put on an act. Pretend you're someone else. You can act, can't you? I'd never acted before. Mom and Antiqua came into my mind, both wearing frowns at the thought of me deceiving someone, but also looking helpless. Both of them desperately needed money. I can act. I'll do it, Mr. Armstrong. Call me Nico, Zuri. After all, we'll be working closely on this. You know you can't speak a word of this to anyone. Nodding, I knew this was a huge secret. Now how can I get this Casey Duran guy to do something inappropriate, or illegal, that I can use to blackmail him?
Chapter 4. Zuri.
Getting into my car, I found myself watching Casey as he walked away from me. One had to appreciate a man's body when it was so close to perfection. Tall, dark and handsome, Casey Duran had it all. Too bad Nico has it in for him. Personally, I thought Casey's idea was amazing. Coming up with a new way of creating electricity was far more important than coming up with new weaponry. I had to be honest with myself about what Nico wanted me to do. I might not be up to doing this to Casey. There were aspects of myself that could do whatever I needed to do. I'd done it in the past. Got on a plane, came to America, searched for a well-paying job, sent nearly all my money back home to take care of my mother and sister. I'd found the cheapest place to live. I'd paid cash for a used car. I'd done whatever I had to, so that I could send most of my money back home. Not many people would give away most of what they'd worked so hard for. Casey had said something about me liking the color silver. But it wasn't like I'd went looking for a silver car. I just happened to find one that was for sale and cheap. Only after buying the car had I decided to change my appearance, to reinvent myself. I'd been shy, quiet, and utterly dull when I first came to America. I hadn't been quite ready to completely come out of my shell, but I thought it was high time to start trying. Dyeing my dark hair silver had taken some time. Month after month I bought platinum blonde hair dye and did the deed myself, at home. When my hair was at its whitest, I splurged on the first thing I'd ever splurged on, a hair appointment with a color specialist. She made my hair shine like a brand new dime, and I finally felt anything but dull. With my new hair, I went shopping for cosmetics. I wasn't into spending big money on makeup, so I kept things simple: black mascara, purple lipstick, soft pink blush, and tinted moisturizer. I'd only recently added a black eyebrow pencil and palette of pink and purple eyeshadows to my small collection of products. I hadn't realized that I'd transformed myself into someone with daring looks, who appealed to men. But with Nico picking me out from all the other women who worked at the company based on my looks, I had to admit to myself that I was no longer dull and drab. When I saw the attraction in Casey's dark eyes, I knew I'd come a long way. And that look I'd seen in his eyes had set me on fire. I'd never been set on fire before. But I liked it. No, that's not exactly true. I loved it. My ex, Reese, had fallen for me before I'd made my big transition to a beautiful siren. He'd liked the plain old me. My life would have been so easy with him. Only, I'd never fallen head over heels in love with him. I did love him though. Just not enough. He was genuinely nice. Caring. Supportive. But he wanted me to stay home, have babies and be a housewife. I didn't want any of that. He'd still wanted to marry me, even after I'd confessed my true feelings to him. I knew he deserved more, so I told him things needed to end between us. I gave him the engagement ring back, kissed him on the cheek, and then I left. Our parting was amicable, thankfully. Through it all, I'd never let my tiny efficiency apartment go. I'd kept paying the rent, just to make sure I had a place of my own. Leaving the mansion that sunny afternoon, heading home a bit over a year ago, I wore a smile on my face. Reese's estate had never felt like home to me. The cars he let me drive never felt like mine, not really. My little silver Kia made me happy. My little apartment was just fine with me. If it weren't for my sister and mother, I wouldn't have entertained the thought of blackmailing Casey. It was odd that Nico had asked me to do this so soon after the news about my sister and mother needing operations had come about. But can I really do this? Pretending that I wasn't interested in Casey wasn't easy. As he drove away in his shiny black four-wheel drive truck, I found my mouth hanging slightly open. Damn, he looks good. He looked back over his shoulder, smiling at me just before he drove out of the parking lot. I sat there, wondering if I could really pull this horrible thing off. Do I really want to do this? I held the steering wheel with both hands, unsure what to do. Nico would surely fire me if I didn't do what he wanted. But I could not afford to lose my job right now either. My cell rang, drawing my attention away from my dilemma. My mother's face was on the screen. I swiped to accept the FaceTime call, and tried not to look as despairing as I actually felt. "Hi, Mom. How are you doing today?" "I'm doing okay. It's your sister who isn't doing well at all. She took another spill this morning. She can't seem to fully understand that she has to use a walker to walk now, and that without it she will fall again." With a tired expression, she sighed. What to do with her, I do not know. My sister needed full-time aid. I could see that now. Taking care of Antiqua had taken such an enormous toll on our mother, and it was showing now more than ever. "You know that after you get your cataracts operation, you'll have to get someone else to take care of Antiqua while you recover," I pointed out. "Just another reason why I can't have the surgery, Zuri. No money means no one to care for your sister. No hope at all of ever regaining the perfect eyesight I once had. And all the knowledge that one day I will open my eyes and not see anything." My heart ached as it always did when she spoke with such hopelessness. "Mother, please try to keep up hope that someday things will begin to work out for us. For all of us." And how might I do that? She'd lost all hope. It was evident on her drawn face. "You've lost more weight." "I have." I hated the fact that our mother was going downhill, and fast. If I could come home to help, I would. "No. The money you send home is valuable to us, Zuri. You must stay there and work. And what will become of Antiqua if you can't care for her anymore?" I knew I had to do something. Maybe I should just move back there. Now that I have experience in the research department of such a huge company, maybe I can find something similar there in Pretoria. At least you would have some time off then. And what of you, Zuri? What time off would you have if you work then come home to take care of your sister? You must think about things before you say them. Nodding, I knew I wasn't thinking straight. I just wanted to fix things, but had no idea how to do that. The whole time I was with Reese, I never let him give a dime to my family. I sent my entire paychecks home to them, and felt that his taking care of me was more than enough for him to do. Especially since I couldn't find it in myself to love him the way he deserved. I did not use people. Not even when it made sense to do it. $1 million would pay for someone to care for them both while they recover. If I had to take on a second job to keep paying the caregiver after the $1 million ran out, then I would do that. No. I can't go through with this. Mom, I'll do more from here then. I wasn't sure how, but I knew I had to figure things out. I didn't call to try pressuring you into doing even more than you already are. Closing her eyes, she rubbed her forehead. I'm sorry, Zuri. You do so much for us, and here I am, venting to you about things. Ignore me. I'm tired is all. I need a nap. She needed more than just a nap. You rest, and I'll see what I can come up with. I will help you get the supplies you both need, and I will help with finding someone to take care of you both. You can count on me. You're such a good person, my dear daughter. A smile slightly pulled up her thin lips. Not if I do what it will take to get the money you need. It seemed as if I was between a rock and a hard place. Do nothing, and my family would suffer. Do something, and Casey and his brothers would suffer. There was another thing that I had to admit. I might suffer a bit as well by blackmailing someone. As much as my mother didn't want to burden me, she had no one else to turn to. We both knew that. I would do whatever I had to do to help her and my sister. It was something that I knew, without a doubt. Give Antiqua a hug for me. And try not to worry about things. I've got a good feeling about the future. I love you, and I'll talk to you soon. I love you too. Take care of yourself, Zuri. Goodbye. As I put my cell back on the passenger seat, I felt my stomach cramp, as I knew I was about to do something I had never thought I would do. Hurting someone for my own gain hadn't ever been on my radar. But somehow, I had to learn to put the real me to the side and become a person I was not. Acting. That's all this is. Pressing my forehead against the steering wheel, I knew this was much more than just an act. The things I would do would have real consequences. The things I would do would hurt people. The things I would do would give my sister and mother the help they truly needed. Being between a rock and a hard place is the most uncomfortable place to be.
End of sneak peek for Blackmailed by the Billionaire. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.